think we'll get started, everyone. Welcome to this Ordinary Council meeting tonight on the 24th of August. My name is Karen Redman. I'm the Mayor of the town of Gawler. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge this land that we meet on tonight is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Greater Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. I'd also like to welcome any Aboriginal people that are maybe with us, either listening on the live stream or with us in person tonight. So firstly, welcome everyone. I'll do our roll call. We have everyone here. There are no apologies. Are there any motions to grant leave of absence, elected members? Deputy Mayor?
For Councillor Fraser for September the 29th to October the 6th, please, inclusive.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Vallelonga, all those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Any other motions to grant leave of absence? Be none. No non-attendance, public open forum. I'd just like to welcome all staff and community members here this evening. We have a formal agenda and we'll go in order of that agenda unless council deem otherwise. So the next item on our public open forum is public open forum, and I have three people who wish to speak. And they are Derek, four people who wish to speak. Anybody else? I have Derek Rulbush, Alicia Little, Lynn Mitchell and Ian Tooley in that order. Anybody else? No? Okay. So firstly, Derek. Who's Derek? Oh, hello, Derek. Come forward, come to the microphone up to the lectern. And we have, so we'll have 5 minutes each, okay? So Derek, just make sure that mic is turned on. Yep, no problem. You can fire away.
Okay, so I'm here to speak as part of as a petition signer in the petition that's being presented tonight for Edith Street and the traffic issues that we experience. So I've lived at 16 Edith Street, Gawler East for the past 7 years. With my experience, there are many young kids, including my own, who use this street as pedestrians to gain access to Emmanuel and also the school bus services that leave from Lyndoch Road. The level of traffic that are using Edith Street as a rat run causes me, my family and my neighbours considerable concern for safety. The setup of the street, e.g. driveway locations, most of the houses only have single driveway access, and the blind corners do not allow for the density of traffic to flow safely through Edith Street. We have trouble accessing and leaving our driveways. So I live directly right on the corner. As I come from Lyndoch Road, I have to start slowing 3 or 4 houses before my house to stop, to make sure that as I try to turn into my driveway, people don't think that I'm trying to turn right around the corner. I have to slow down quite a lot, and this causes frustration for drivers that are using it as rat run behind me, and I've been abused, beeped by rat runners on numerous occasions. And we just get tailgated the whole way down the street. We've seen many near misses with pedestrians trying to cross at the Edith Street, Short Street corner. We live right on that corner. Also, the Edith Street, Short Street corner is very confusing for people trying to turn, and it's caused many near misses with drivers. Also, we have a stop sign there that people just completely and utterly ignore, or are completely unaware that it's even there, because it's actually 3 or 4 meters down from where the corner is, kind of set back from the street a bit, and people just don't even see it. In my dealings with the council staff trying to sort this out in the past, I've been told that there's a traffic control instrument on the other side of Edith Street from where I live, that it's designed to slow traffic. It's literally an area that comes out that is painted white lines. People just drive straight over the top of it so that they can maintain their speed. As they come from Edith Street to turn up into Short Street, they just keep going straight over the top of the lines. It's not an instrument at all. It does nothing to slow anything. I work night shift. I quite often travel home from work at the early hours of the morning. And to get back to my place, I travel around. I do around the block, and I'll travel through the Lindock Road intersection down here. As I travel through that intersection, it's completely and utterly empty. There is nobody there. I get to my house, I get out of my car, and there are cars traveling down my street. They don't need to travel down my street. They don't need to rat run. It's just become their habit. They just take that street as habit. They could go down to the Lindock Road corner, and there is, as I've said, it's empty. There's nothing there. They could turn quite easily and travel out to Williston that way. But they've just made it a habit to use our street as a rat run. And our street isn't designed for it. It's a local street. Also, when I'm getting home, there are lots of leisure pedestrians using our street to move down to Clonley, or just using it as a leisure street. That I don't have any issues with that at all, except for the fact that it presents a safety hazard for them with all this traffic traveling through there. I thank you for your valuable time. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Next is Alicia Little. At the end, yeah.
Good evening. I too live at 16 Edith Street in Gawler East, and as Derek said, we moved in 2014. We were attracted to the historic nature of the street and the houses, with a commitment to preserve the history of the area and our property. Almost immediately, we noticed that there was a lot of traffic use in the street. And we have in time noticed an increase in that as time has gone on. We do know that Emmanuel Primary School has had quite a bit of growth in the last few years as well. So their enrolments have almost doubled too, which has created more traffic on the street. And also we have noticed with the outerlying suburbs that have grown as well, that our street has increased traffic. As Derek described, we find that it's unsafe to use our driveways. We're often reversing with people who are travelling, either there's just too many cars on the street, or they're travelling at a speed that is not safe. And we find it very hard to get out of our driveways, as they do have blind spots. The design of the street is people turn too quickly. They are not considerate of people coming out of their driveways. They're abusive and frustrated because they don't view the street as a residential street. They view it as a rat run. So they're always frustrated that we want to use it as a residential street. I myself have witnessed 2 children almost be collected by a car. These children were trying to cross the street during a very busy time on the street. There was lots of cars, and they thought that they would cross at a certain period of time, I'm assuming, and they didn't realise the speed at which this driver was coming. But because there was so much traffic on the road, they thought this was the best time to cross. I was very distressed after witnessing these 2 children almost get taken out by this car, and I did call the council with my concerns and really expressed that to them. Unfortunately, I did not find the council staff to be particularly empathetic to this situation. And in fact, during my conversation with them, I was quite distressed, and this particular staff member laughed at me. There has been a car that has actually gone through the fence at number 11, and we are constantly being abused by people using our street. And yeah, that's all I have to say about the information that I wanted to present, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alicia. Next is Lynn Mitchell. Lynn, if you'd like to come forward.
Good evening. I live at number 11 Edith Street. We were not the residents that were living there when, well, we just heard the car ran through. We're reasonably new to the street. What I would like to talk about, I didn't know what Derek and Alicia were going to be discussing tonight, but it kind of follows on with what their delivery was.
Sorry, Lynn. Elected members, if we can pay attention to Lynn. Thank you. Sorry,
Right.
Lynn. Keep
That's
going.
fine. Thank you.
Keep going.
I'd like to talk about the issues of abuse, the near misses, the speeding, the road rule violations that are constant issues for the residents of Edith, Short and Blanche Street. And from what I understand from other residents, it's been issues that they've had to contend with for years. We were shocked by the driver behaviour and the volume of traffic when we moved into our house on Edith Street earlier this year. And we've been affected by all of those issues. We understand that the abuse, the misses, near misses, the possible accidents waiting to happen, the speeding, the road rule violations are not council issues, but they're problems that need to be reported to the police. And indeed, all of us who contacted council, including myself, on a few occasions to complain about these issues, have been directed to do this. From my understanding, over the years, the police have attended and recorded these problems firsthand, picking up many violators on the sweep through Edith, Short, Blanche Streets to Lyndoch Road. However, I would like to raise for consideration that these, even though they're police issues, that constantly impact on the residents of our community are the byproduct of the main issue, which is the rat running and the volume of impatient traffic that are racing through our streets. And they're racing through our streets from 5:30 in the morning when they don't need to be. They could be using the main roads. It would make sense that if traffic calming and traffic management responses were put into place, that this would in turn impact and address these spin-off problems. Addressing the main issue of rat running down our street, taking a shortcut, should in turn, and I expect it would in turn address and reduce these issues, which aren't council issues, they're police issues. But if council can look at resolving these issues for the residents, it would definitely have an impact on these safety issues that we currently experience as residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Now I think it's Mr. Ian Tooley. Thank you.
I submitted my letter of resignation for tabling on the 27th of July. I addressed it to the Chamber and to the Gawler community. I wanted to explain and to say thank you and also say goodbye. Henry Annett refused to make my letter public, claiming legal advice prevented him from doing so. In my experience, this leadership and administration often claims and hides behind legal advice, but they rarely ever show you what that legal advice is. Councillor Shanks challenged this so-called legal advice, but as far as I know, he never got a response. The March meeting. The discrimination, physical intimidation and abuse of power that I experienced at the March Council meeting was the last straw for me. As you can see in the video, Councillor Goldstone left his seat, approached the minute taker during debate, engaged in discussion with the minute taker, while the minute taker made changes to the record on the screen. Mayor Redmond said nothing. A little later, I approached the minute taker during debate, but before I could speak to the minute taker, Mayor Redmond attacked me and set the CEO to physically intimidate me. In that moment, I felt physically threatened and wondered, is he going to grab me? I protested loudly at this injustice and discrimination, but I complied and I sat down as directed. The Australia Day item. Having invested so much in this item, I first weathered David Hughes' attempt at a gag motion, and then Mayor Redmond shut me down in my rebuttal, claiming I was introducing new information. The meeting procedure and regulations do not preclude new information in rebuttal. New material is only precluded when providing an explanation in regard to something a member had previously said. See Regulation 1210A. I took leave after the March meeting and I reached out immediately to Mayor Redmond and CEO Nat for help, but nothing. Not once during my 16 weeks of leave did Mayor Redmond or CEO Nat ever contact me to offer help, to discuss a way forward, or to check on my welfare, not once. All I asked of Mayor Redmond and CEO Nat in my email was a guarantee of one, my safety in the chamber from physical intimidation, and two, that I be treated as an equal and free from discrimination so that I could return from leave and safely re-enter the chamber. Mayor Redmond and CEO Nat refused to even respond to my plea. I realized that it was pointless carrying on while this current leadership, administration, and faction are in charge. The uncomfortable questions that I asked on behalf of the community would continue to be demonized as being disrespectful and blocked. The motions I submit, if not blocked or heavily edited, would most likely be left to languish unactioned if I ever did get them passed. I realized that no matter how good my argument was, no matter the facts or evidence I presented, no matter how worthy my motion was, because it was me submitting it, Team Redmond would most likely vote it down. I realized that the continual points of order and gag motions were never going to stop. I realized that the relentless discrimination, defamation, lying, misuse, and abuse of power and deception, spin and game playing that I had to endure and fight against was never going to stop. Penny and I have never got over the despicable act of being denied compassionate leave by this chamber so that we could keep her safe from COVID in March 2021. We've never got over that. And then the despicable rush to consider throwing me off council at the April meeting as a consequence of you denying me that leave. That's left scars that we have never healed. While any discussion of CEO and Nat's alleged behavior was always conducted behind closed doors and in confidence, this mayor and CEO have quite willingly allowed and facilitated some of the most disgusting, defamatory, and vile vilification of me and attacks on my character in full public view and live stream, mostly when I'm not even in the chamber to defend myself. This began in earnest in April 2020 and occurred as recently as the June meeting when Councillor Koch was allowed to unleash his special version of hateful bile in response to my apology statement read out by Councillor Shanks. If I am the monster that some would have you believe I am, then where is the history of complaints against me? If my behavior in meetings was as bad as some would have you believe, then why isn't there a history of Mayor Redmond doing the right thing, using her considerable mayoral powers under Regulation 29 and evicting me from meetings? In conclusion, rather than continue to fight a losing battle, I'll devote the next 18 months encouraging people with vision who care about our town to run at the 2022 election in order to refresh and renew our council. It has been an honour and a privilege to serve the people of Gawler as their elected member. I thank them and I say goodbye.
Are there any other, anybody wishing to speak in public open forum? If so, please raise your hand. Is that Peter Brolman? Is that who I recognise behind that mask?
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter.
Councillors, thank you for your time. Just quickly, I live on Short Street, one of 3 houses. So I'm stuck banging in between Edith and Blanche. And just to reiterate the previous speakers about that particular subject, we hear everything. Not only Edith, Short, Blanche, the main street, the expressway. So when we hear people doing shortcuts at any given time of day or night, sorry, I'm a bit nervous because I work at home 24/7. Yeah, it does get a bit tiring after a while. We've been there for 7 years as well. So there you go. Lovely place, by the way. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public open forum. Now we'll move on to deputations. Councillor Davies, you've got a question?
Yeah, just about the petition. I'm not sure exactly who to direct it to, but just a question of whether changes to the speed limit would potentially help, or if the issue is that people are ignoring the speed limit regardless.
The speed issue is an issue, but it's not our main issue. The main issue is the volume of traffic that uses the street. And the current speed limit is quite often ignored. Julian will speak to the speed limits once he does his deputation, but yes, it would be ignored anyway. So the speed limit change wouldn't help. So, okay.
Councillor Vallelonga.
This to Sam, I'll just ask him, would speed humps help?
Sam? Traffic
Yeah.
calming.
Yeah, through you, Mayor.
initiatives?
Certainly a recognised treatment would be traffic calming, whether it's speed humps or other measures. It certainly reduce the speed, might not necessarily resolve the rat running, but would reduce the speed.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor because he had his hand up.
To Peter, has this only occurred? Oh, no, sorry, Derek, was it? No, sorry, I got the names mixed up. Has
Derek.
this only occurred over the last 6 months, or has this gone on for 12 months and so forth? Because as you know, there was alterations done to the road at the bottom of the hill in front of Faster Pastor. And I've had numerous amount of complaints of the lineup at the busy period that is way up over the hill. Has it only happened really strongly in the last couple of months? It's been a
No,
while.
it hasn't. That area that has changed in front of Faster Pastor has exacerbated, but it has been an ongoing issue for the entire time that I've lived there for 7 years. It's slowly increased in that 7 years to a point where it's just pushed us over the edge. And Julian and I and the other members of the street have got together to bring this to you. But there's, as my wife explained, there's an increase in enrolments at Emmanuel, which have caused it. And then also the buildings and the extensions of Gawler East out further have exacerbated the situation. And it's just the volume of traffic has just increased and increased over the years. Julian has the data that will be able to help with that.
Okay.
The actual
Thank
data to help with that.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Derek.
No worries, thank you.
Councillor Shanks.
Actually, I had a question for Mr. Tooley, if I could. Mr. Tooley, the letter that presumably wasn't made public by the council, I'm assuming it is public. You have circulated that letter. I have read that letter, but have you circulated that letter any further? Is it public anyway, is where I'm getting at?
I deliberately timed the distribution of the meeting of the letter so that it could be tabled. I wrote it specifically to the members and I wrote it to the community. That's how I addressed it. And it was written in that text, if you look at it. In my typical style, I'm known for having sat there and talked an awful lot. And it is a long letter because I did a number of things. I wanted to outline the history of how I've become disillusioned over the years. And I covered the hurt that Penny and I have never recovered from. In I think the 150 odd years of this council, we've done a search. There's no history of anyone ever being denied leave. As you've seen tonight, when there was a leave request, there was no reason given. And that's often the case. A member will just say, can I have leave? No one questions it. In that particular case, I offered to the council, I gave a 2-page email explaining why I needed leave. I gave a doctor's certificate. My wife had just come out of 14 days of an intensive care. She has a compromised immune system. The mayor would know about this because she works in the medical area. And the doctor advised in March that both of us had to go into immediate isolation. That meant I could not attend the March meeting. And I'd only missed the 2 previous meetings, February through illness and January because my kids had given me tickets to the Australian Open at the last minute. I explained all of that. And Regulation 45 was invoked when you denied me leave. You then rushed, CEO Nat and Mayor Redman rushed to invoke Regulation 45 at the next meeting in April. That regulation exists for the type of councillor who thinks that it being a joke. Just get your money, but don't attend. That's not my history. There was no need to rush that through. It was mean, it was spiteful. And then when I was out of the meeting, and I explained this in the letter, when I was out of that meeting, Councillor Fraser, unbeknown to me, moved a motion without notice that said, no, that's a bad look to throw him off the council for missing meetings. Let's throw him off for bad behaviour. And then you all engaged in a debate about my behaviour, live streamed, when CEO Nat's behaviour, which has been in the media, every time that was discussed, it was discussed under confidence in this chamber, never for the public. And yet me, I'm publicly vilified by statements that members of you made that said I was the worst person in the world. I know you hate me. I say this in the letter, and I know why, because I vigorously will not stand for rubbish, and I vigorously support my members who supported me, and I fight on their behalf. I ask very uncomfortable questions, and I can be very direct, and I can speak intensely like I am now. So there are reasons why I guess some people in this chamber feel uncomfortable. And then since then, when I've not been here, when you delivered my apology, the Ombudsman said, Ian, you better deliver an apology because there's a technicality that you could have declared a perceived conflict. You didn't. Let's not even investigate it. Just do your apology. I gave it to you, Nathan, because I still couldn't return at that point. I had no guarantees from the CEO or the mayor. And after you finished, I heard on video, Councillor Koch with a special way of being nasty and mean, saying the most terrible things. And the mayor did not intervene and say, Councillor Koch, that is inappropriate. We'll discuss that under confidence. He's not here to defend himself. That was not stopped. That was allowed to go. So in my 16 weeks of thinking about this, I realized, Nathan, that nothing was going to change. I could come in here with a motion that said the world has been proven to be round by SpaceX going up recently and Virgin. And I just believe that the opposition in here would say, rubbish, Ian, it's not 100% proved, we'll vote that down. And so I thought, do I spend the next 18 months fighting for the people that voted me, as I've faithfully done for 7 years?
Okay.
Or do I say,
I'm going to wrap
no.
this up.
So
because you've now
Nathan,
had
I
a
have
good 10 minutes. So
some
I'm going
people-
to wrap it up. Thank you, Mr.
some people
Tooley.
have seen my letter, Nathan.
Thank you. We're going to move on.
Some people have.
We've got an agenda to deal with. Thank you, Mr. Tooley. I won't take any more questions. I'll wrap it up and I'll keep moving. Thank you very much. So, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest on any item on the agenda tonight, elected members? Be none. I beg your pardon? Oh, deputations. Julian Midwinter. Come forward. Apologies, Julian.
That's fine. Good evening. I am speaking in the deputation for the petition that's been signed by the residents of Edith Short and Blanche Street about traffic problems we're facing. Road systems are designed to carry specific traffic volumes according to the hierarchy and needs of the location and surrounding activities of the communities they service. A traffic management matrix has been developed to guide councils in categorising and assessing road usage, to identify problems and triggers for action where road usage is not consistent with a road's design and classification. This is in wide use by councils across South Australia, such as Prospect, Charles Sturt and Unley, to name a few. The matrix, as a variant of the standard risk matrix, defines the various uses of a road against the acceptable levels of usage and then designates the level of response required when that use strays from the definition. The traffic matrix identifies volume, peak use, 85th percentile speed, and crashes as the key criteria for which to look at road usage. Edith Short and Blanche Streets are categorised as local roads. By the definition of the matrix, local roads are for servicing the residents living on those streets, are not to carry through traffic, heavy vehicles or vehicles travelling at speed. The traffic volume should ideally be less than 500 vehicles per day. If 1,500 vehicles per day or more are counted, there is a recognised problem. Peak use or rat running should be less than 13% of the total daily use. If more than 20% is counted, an engineering solution is required. The 85th percentile speed should be ideally less than 45 kilometres per hour. If greater than 50 kilometres per hour, this indicates a substantial problem exists in this street. There should be less than 3 collisions in any 5-year period. The traffic survey conducted by Council in 2019 of Edith Street across a 7-day period provided the following data. Volume, 1,926 vehicles per day, which included 190 trucks and 17 semi-trailers. Peak use or rat running was 25%. The 85th percentile speed was 51.44 kilometres per hour, with 8 cars clocked at close to 100 kilometres per hour. There were no collisions or accidents in that 7-day period, but we have seen an accident on Edith Street where a car ran off the road coming too fast around the corner and went through our fence. In consultation with residents, the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that the situation has only deteriorated since 2019, and since the traffic island on Lyndoch Road at the High Street intersection was installed, it has gotten noticeably worse. On 3 of the 4 matrix criteria, Edith, Short and Blanche Streets are in the red zone. Despite numerous complaints to council over many years, there's been no action taken. The only solution that the Gawler Traffic Department has implemented is to shift the goalposts to raise the acceptable limit for the local road usage from 1,500 to 3,000 vehicles per day, and to quote the mean or average speed of road users rather than the 85th percentile, and to completely ignore the peak use data. I've spoken to the Ombudsman FSA office about this response, and they were not impressed and are waiting to see the outcome of this position before they take further action on this matter. Since moving to Edith Street 7 months ago, my family have witnessed several near misses and 2 that could have been very serious head-on collisions due to vehicles travelling at high speed on the wrong side of the road. Many residents have been abused by drivers who have nearly hit us. We have all narrowly escaped being T-boned or rear-ended as we enter or exit our driveways, and residents on all streets have been abused by angry drivers who do not obey the road rules. These 3 roads are used by local residents as they are entitled to enjoy the neighbourhood, to walk their dogs, to ride on the bike track, and for their children to walk to school. But they do so with the constant fear that one day there will be a terrible accident that will involve a pedestrian. And that, I'm afraid, is only a matter of time as the traffic gets heavier and faster.
Julian, you've got 30 seconds. Okay.
Okay. As council has been aware of the issues because of the data collected, the 3 surveys and the numerous complaints registered by residents, by not addressing these problems, council does put themselves in a vulnerable position should litigation occur as a result of an inevitable accident. The data doesn't pick up the hoon driving and the way people do not stop at stop signs or burn their tyres out. The mission statement is for Gawler to be a livable, cohesive, active and innovative and sustainable community, and we on Edith, Blanche and Short Street are not experiencing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Councillor Shanks, you have a question for Julian?
Thank you, Julian, for coming and presenting to us. Just a couple of quick ones for you. We've heard of the problems. What do you see as potential solutions? What would tick the boxes in your group's opinion?
Well, ultimately, I think exclusion is the best option, like King Street, which was made one way with chicanes to stop the rat running, which is by far, I suppose, the main problem. When I lived in Brompton, my next door neighbour's grandchild was knocked over and killed by a rat runner. Within a month of that, the Charles Sturt Council blocked off our road, and the world didn't end as far as traffic flow was concerned, but it made that street much more livable. Prospect and West Torrens councils, as have Parafield Gardens, have all made roads, local roads one way, or put no right-hand turn, no left-hand turn at various times of the day to stop rat running. I think those sorts of things do seriously need to be looked at, rather than just slowing people down. It's keeping people out of the street.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now we'll move on to number 5, which is declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest, councillors? There being none, we'll move to agenda items, and we have a series of agenda items. I'll start them off one by one. We have 6.1. Absolutely. What's your question?
Am I able to defer this to next month's meeting? I would probably be happy to move it, but I just need a bit of more information. So can I defer this?
You don't have to do anything to it. You just stay there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we could defer it. We do have to deal with it in some way. So if you're happy to move that we defer this particular item.
If we could defer this particular item to next month's council meeting.
Yeah. And Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up. You happy to second that? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving across to 6.2.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to move this one. We have a very unique essence, I guess, here in the town of Gawler. We've heard tonight of heritage buildings that are dealing with the nuances, I guess, you have of a modern town with the old infrastructure, narrow streets, et cetera, Some of the assets that we do have locally that are, unfortunately, we do have a lot of history of these walls dilapidating. This motion is actually a proactive solution to actually looking into, actually employing a stonemason. Let's try it out for 12 months and let's start looking after our assets. Obviously, coming from a building background, I'm probably a bit biased in my beliefs of, the right trade for the right job. But this has such a flow-on effect. We have the opportunity to employ a local stonemason. We have an opportunity to save some of the essence and the history that we value so much in our town. But we also have the opportunity to, employ apprentices. Apprentices is what got me to where I am today. Obviously not the chamber, but there's a lot to be said about getting some work into the building industry, and stonemasons is one of those trades that it's actually really hard to get good stonemasons, but when you do, you never let them go. I know we do have them already in this town, and this is just a step forward to, pushing the direction of the administration to say, all right, let's find one of these great tradesmen and let's employ them to start looking after some of these assets. And if they aren't owned by us, well, let's help the conversation to at least start with some of the private owned walls that are maybe owned by members of the public that don't understand when you need to intervene, maybe don't have the funds to intervene, maybe don't understand the actual cost that's involved, maybe don't even know that you need a stonemason. But let's open that conversation, and in the meantime, employ a tradesman, a craftsman, with the opportunity of getting an apprentice. So look, I hope we can support this one and really protect that essence.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Davies?
Yeah, look, this is a topic that regularly comes up with a town like ours, is that people move here because it's a historic place, but the side effect of that can be that you get walls that are falling down and it takes years to do something about it. And, you know, if we want to keep this as a historic place, I think looking into stonemasonry just makes sense to me. So I'm happy to second it.
Discussion, councillor Koch and councillor Goldstone.
Yeah, look, I've got a question. It might be to the CEO or could be to Mr. Delina. What's the arrangements of using public funds on private property to increase the value of someone's property? Because I've been involved with job ready programs and we couldn't use funds on private, we had to be public assets that we worked on, not private. So can I just get an idea of what
CEO?
the situation is?
If I could, through the chair, I'll answer that question. I might take the opportunity to make a few comments, if I could, on the motion. So, invariably, most grant opportunities would otherwise require the expenditure of public funding on public assets. However, there might be some variations to that, and we'll need to be adhering to the provisions and the guidelines of any grants that we would otherwise pursue. If I could put to members that I'll be having some serious concerns about this motion being passed. You know, we just don't off the bat go off and employ somebody. Yes, historic walls are a significant issue for us. We've been doing a lot of work. We've tried a number of initiatives over the years. We are planning a report to the next IS committee on where we're at in respect to heritage wall preservation, heritage walls protection, heritage walls interface with the public realm and public safety, and a raft of other issues. So I would suggest to the members that the timing of that report should be considered first before we jump to motions that relate to the sort of employment of stonemasons.
Councillor Goldstone was next.
I just have a question. Do we know how much we've got in the Historic Wall Project Fund that's mentioned in point 3?
Mr. Hawley.
Through you, Mayor, currently about $83,000.
Thank you. Now, I think Deputy Mayor, did you have your hand up, Deputy Mayor? No?
Thanks, Mayor Karen. Yeah, the amount of money that this council has spent on barricades and water barriers. I mean, everybody in Gawler has seen all these water barriers around protecting private homes. Who pays for that? Because I believe that the ratepayers are paying for those barriers. We could have already had those walls rebuilt if we'd have had somebody to be able to do it. But I'm happy to wait and to hear what the CEO has said about that. But as soon as the wall looks yucky, you know, council goes and puts a barricade up and the council pays for it. So what's the difference in council having an employee to go and fix a wall up? I mean, what I understand, if the wall is pretty crappy and it falls down, guess what? Nobody has to put it back up again because it was a sign of nature. So, you know, there's a lot of things, and I've been waiting for that report that the CEO has referred to.
Councillor Vallelonga and then Councillor Fraser.
Yes, a little bit to do with Councillor Samble, what he's talking about. I do walk around Gawler because I've got a couple of properties around Gawler. Some walls are going to fall and some of them are quite high. What happens if they fall on someone and kill them? Who's liable? Because it's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point of assessing and doing audits on the walls. Is that correct, CEO? And you're working through that, aren't you?
Through the chair, the council officers have a regime of wall inspections, and where there is a concern on the status of the wall and impacts on public safety, our primary attention is public safety, and we do install the water barriers to protect public safety. But also we install those walls, the water barriers, to then proceed with a conversation with the heritage wall owners, and invariably they are privately owned. So if there is a member of the public that is affected by that, then the responsibility is of the landowner. However, our intention is both to address public safety, but also seek the protection and restoration of the walls. And we do that with a collaborative approach. And I look forward to reporting to council that there have been a number of success stories in that regard. And that's the model that I think we should be pursuing relative to keeping the onus on the private landowner and the owner of the wall, working collaboratively with council to achieve that outcome.
You had another question? You did, I think the CEO did address your question in regard to where the liability sits, and it's with the wall owner. Is that correct, CEO? Yes. Yeah, yeah, with the wall owner. The wall owner is liable. The wall owner, they own the wall. Okay, who else? Anybody else at this stage? I think Councillor Fraser, you were next, and then Councillor Hughes.
Yes, as much as it'd be really nice to have all our walls restored, they don't belong to Gawler Council. They are privately owned. And a lot of them, you know, if the person that built them would be actually really surprised to find that they're still standing, because I don't think that they were actually built to last 150 years, some of them. And it is a big job to do it I'm trying to think of the name of the street now, where, doesn't matter, forget it. One of them fell down and his son rebuilt it, but he actually took it all down, put concrete barriers up at the back and then rebuilt it and did a marvellous job. But it was only because they had somebody to do it. They could never have afforded for somebody else to come in and do that. It's a massive job. And, you know, half these walls don't have any foundations. They are massive work, but they are privately owned, and I don't really know that they're council's responsibility.
Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, do you have an idea of the actual cost this for 12-month program for employing a stonemason?
CEO?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's a no. You wish to speak? Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think it's, you know, do we actually know how many walls they'd fix in 12 months in private property and negotiations and things like that?
No. I don't think you can say that at this stage. Okay, Councillor Koch?
Look, you know, I obviously support heritage and walls, etc., but they are privately owned. I'm concerned about using public money, competitive neutrality. You know, we are actually competing against existing stonemasons, etc., etc. We should actually be waiting for this report, and I actually agree that it should be a collaborative approach between council and the wall owner. We've got that in place. People can apply for grants and get a percentage of the cost of repairing that, but it's a collaborative approach. And when it's a collaborative approach, the owner will, I think, also take ownership of that wall and continue to maintain it long term, not simply someone coming up and fixing it up a little bit, I suppose. So anyway, I might be supporting this, and I'll be looking forward to the report from officers. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Goldstone.
Yeah, look, I like the idea of this, and I also understand the intent of it, but I think there's still a lot of information we need to have provided by way of Henry's report. Perhaps once we've considered that, we can get a better decision made.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Shanks, you can close the debate.
Thank you, Mayor and members. Look, there's a couple of points that I just want to make clear. Point 1 says employs a stonemason originally on a 12-month contract. It doesn't say starting 2021, finishing 2022. You know, you've got a bit of time. We don't have the budget bid there. You know the process. The wording is such that it talks about employing a stonemason for a 12-month contract. So let's start looking into that. Let's be proactive, is how I read that. If there was a date that was unachievable, I would completely agree with you all. And private walls over public walls. Now, what I see this motion at, where it's at, and what I also have conversations with people in the town, believe it or not, I've dealt with a lot of owners of heritage buildings, being a builder. there's a lot of frustration out there. Yes, collaborative approach, 100%. They're just not feeling like they're getting it, if I'm being honest. So where we're talking about is actually bringing in a stonemason, who I'll tell you right now, I can't tell you how he does his job. No one in this room knows how they do their craftsman. I apologise to the gallery if there's a stonemason sitting out there. But the fact is, we get someone, an expert, to come in. You work through that in the contract. You work out a rate with them. You work out which walls need to be repaired and how they'll be repaired. We can keep on looking at reports for days after days on how we're going to fix these historic walls. And it will go through this term and it will go through the next term, and the historic walls will be a historic problem that will keep on repeating over and over again. Let's get in an expert and let's talk to them about a 12-month contract, and by all means report back to us in the IES meeting or in the next IES meeting. But let's be proactive, because I know the report that's coming to the IES. I look forward to reading it, but this doesn't hinder our ability to be proactive on a two-pronged approach. So I plead with members, look at what you're reading and realise it's subjective enough that you're not overcommitting, and let's be smart and get the people the knowledge that we need to actually combat this problem.
The debate's closed. I put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? It is carried. Thank you. Councillor Shanks has called a division. It was carried. All those in favour, please stand. All those in favour are Councillor Davies, Councillor Vallelonga, Councillor Little, Deputy Mayor Samble and Councillor Shanks. All those against are Councillor Koch, Councillor Goldstone, Councillor Hughes and Councillor Fraser. The motion is carried. Thank you. So moving on to petitions. We have a motion that we received the petition. Are you happy to move that way, Councillor Shanks? Or ask for somebody to move the motion. So I'll get you to move and then I'll ask for a seconder. So moved by Councillor Shanks and seconded by Councillor Hughes. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Shanks?
Yeah, just to ask a question first, if I can. Just probably through you to the CEO, if I can. Next step, CEO, what are we going to do about what we've heard about tonight? Or am I going to have to move a point two to this motion?
We've got a motion moved and seconded. CEO, next steps.
Yes, well, if there's a desire for the elected members to receive a further report, further update in respect to the petition, the issues raised and the administration's response, then yes, the motion should otherwise be adjusted accordingly.
So you wish to move a point two that we get a further report?
Yeah, given that advice, please, Mayor, if I could, that staff provide a report back on items raised and options moving forward.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to that too, Mayor, if I could.
We'll just get the wording right, Nathan, so you're happy with it.
Sure.
And a future report will be centred on options on this matter. On this matter and options moving forward. So get rid of the first options, Kate. And options moving forward. That's a point two. So point one and a point two. Point one and a point two. Great, thank you. So Councillor Shanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, members, we seem to see every now and then when we do have some ratepayers that have a bit of an item that gets brought forward, and I feel like sometimes we get brought in at the end of the conversation, if I'm being honest. I did meet with these particular ratepayers and I thank them for having me because experiencing firsthand what these ratepayers are experiencing sort of trumps any data and any figures that are presented. I think we need to really, I think the motion, the way that it sits, does justice to the ratepayers that have given their time for one, sending their complaints, two, doing their petition, three, even coming in and addressing us all today. And this provides a positive way forward. And I really hope that the report that comes back, we're able to get around the argy-bargy, I guess, of there isn't a problem. And then the ratepayer saying, there is a problem. I understand there's technical guidelines. I understand there's Australian standards. I get all that. But what we have is ratepayers sort of crying out here for some help. So let's try to figure that out proactively. Let's work in conjunction with these ratepayers and try to get a solution on the table that has a good process behind it, that does go out for a broader community sort of consultation, and we tick all our boxes as we do. But let's show some compassion here and try to produce some practical solutions to a problem that these ratepayers live with daily.
Seconder, Councillor Hughes, do you wish to speak at all?
No, I think this covers it quite well.
Any other discussion? Councillor Fraser and Councillor Little.
I'm pleased to see this petition come forward. I know several people that live in this area, and I did have a browse through the petition, and their names weren't on it, whether they just weren't available when the petition went around or not, but you could almost add them to the petition because I know that they're dissatisfied with this. So I think it's really good to be moving forward with this. It's been a problem for a number of years, not just the last few months.
Councillor Little.
Yeah, I went up there on Friday last week for about a half hour or so, and I was astounded as some of the speeds that went through there. In my previous occupation, where I was a traffic management police officer, where I had to estimate speeds, I would say, I think they're very conservative, saying 6 speeding. I would have said more than a dozen, and some were on the wrong side of the road, and it was quite disgusting. So I think the quicker we can action this, the better off we'd be.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Shanks, are you happy for me to put that motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so now we're up to confirmation of minutes, and we've got the minutes of the 27th of July. You happy to move that way, Councillor Fraser? Seconded, Councillor Vallelonga. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Business arising from minutes. Neil, officer reports. So moving over to officer reports. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I'd like to move a version of this just with a point two that that Mr. Tooley be thanked for his time on council.
Do you have a seconder to that? Councillor Shanks, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, look, my addition I think is fairly self-explanatory. That's the kind of thing that on any community group or board that I've ever been on, you know, that's something that's important to do, because this is, especially with a position like this where, you know, the amount that you're making for the work you do sometimes, depending on what you put in, can be, you know, it doesn't change. You sort of get the same amount if you don't put much time in, or if you're putting 15 hours a week in and basically earning minimum wage or less, you know, based on the amount of time you're putting in. And Ian Tooley is someone who's always put a lot of time into council. I've always been impressed with the way that he reads through the entire agenda, you know, and the attachments, and comes up with new ideas and that kind of thing. So on that front, I think that's something that, you know, I'd just like to thank him for his time. And yeah, that's, happy to move it.
Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, look, I echo what Councillor Davies said. To be honest, I'm a bit frustrated that we're here. The writing on the wall of this escalating and blowing up has been here since my first meeting. I've pleaded, I've sent emails, I've had personal conversations with the CEO on how to manage a passionate person like Ian Tooley. Do I condone some of the way that he debates items? Not particularly, but there is some sort of respect. There is a level of respect that he has earned from me because of his ability to digest, as Councillor Davies said, the time and the commitment. You can't waver. If we work it out as an hourly wage, I would assume that he would probably be on about 15 cents. So the fact that it's come to this, the fact that we have a letter that was sent through that's making big accusations of mistreatment, bullying, all those big terms that are not favourable. And we have an elected member that's, as we've heard tonight, said, I don't feel safe. I just can't continue on. To end a volunteer, literally, pretty much a volunteer role like this and be dealt with it this way, I think point 2 does capture that. And I think it does give a bit of dignity back. And it's the right thing to do. We do it in YAC members going. So the fact that, we have to move it in this particular circumstance, it sort of plays into the whole thing. There's a level of acceptance that I was almost at a point where I went, you know what, if you guys on an elected member level want to feud the way you do, I find it embarrassing, to be honest. But if you guys want to do it, well, the next elections will sort you out. The difference on how, on a management role, I've got to seriously say it, I'm pretty underwhelmed. I'm a little bit frustrated. And yeah, there's so many points where there was opportunities to zig, but you zagged. And look, I know I'm probably going to prompt a defensive response here, but it is what it is. You've got an elected member sitting here saying they're pretty disappointed with how this is all played out. And I said it was going to play out. Something like this was going to happen, and I've sort of been saying that all the way along. But hey, we're here. At least we can talk about a traffic issue and what business we are here to do. It's just it's sad that yeah, it's ended this way, and I thank Ian Tooley for his time.
I think it was Councillor Koch and then Councillor Vallelonga.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting this motion. I think I've said enough in this chamber about how I've been treated by Mr. Tooley over the last 6 or 7 years. It's been relentless. The community knows how Councillor Tooley has behaved in this chamber and to certain elected members, certain staff, senior leadership. If people are talking about elections, well, they can get onto the Tooley train and see how many of those people on that train get elected. Because the community is telling me that they know what's happened here, and that's the reality. So I won't be supporting this motion.
Point of order. What's your point of order, Councillor Vallelonga? I think I've been fairly, I won't uphold that. I think I've been fairly lenient with most of the discussion around this by both Mr. Tooley and Councillor Shanks. So I won't be upholding that point of order. Now, Councillor Vallelonga, you've got your opportunity to speak right now. You've got an opportunity if you wish to speak. You don't want to speak? Okay. Can you turn your... I think you were finished, weren't you?
I've said enough in this chamber and I've wasted enough time dealing with this issue over the last 6 years that I don't want to talk any more about it, and I'm just happy it's finished.
Councillor Vallelonga, you've got the floor.
I'd just like to thank Ian Tooley for being here 2 terms, and yes, we've all worked with him, and yes, sometimes he can get out of hand, but it's like Councillor Shanks says he puts a lot of work into it. Even Councillor Davis said he puts a lot of work into it, and he's quite thorough. And I'm really sorry to see him go the way he did. I'm really sorry about that. It's not really our kind of thing to do.
Any other discussion? Okay, councillor Davies, you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. So we move forward to Gawler Business Development Group quarterly report, and we have Karen Braun here on behalf of the Gawler Business Development Group. Welcome, Karen. Karen's here to answer any questions that you may have. We do have an officer's recommendation. Do you want to say any words, Karen, overview, or are you happy to just?
Basically, I just wanted to point out a couple of items that we moved. We're in our budget for the last year.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry, Karen.
But
people leaving.
for various reasons, they have been moved into this next year's budget, one being the market research project, which is we're almost at the point to engage someone to conduct that for us. And the Building Better Regions Fund grant, which was extended, and probably 90% from what they were telling me of the contracts were extended into another year because of the disruptions from COVID. That's really about it. There's not a lot more other than what's in the report, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Got a question for the Jim? Yep, no worries.
Yeah, Karen, what are your members saying about the situation of obviously the COVID?
It varies very much so, depending on what industry the members are in. Some businesses have suffered greatly, some have closed. Some that have closed were maybe not doing too well prior to COVID, and it tipped them over the edge. Others have just been so dramatically hit negatively by COVID that it has closed them completely. Some have had to close their shop fronts, and they're doing their businesses from home. So still going, but not necessarily in the position that they want to be in. And others have thrived. There are some businesses and some industries that have just gone absolute gangbusters. So it's certainly created opportunities for a lot of businesses to actually do really well. So it's a real, no-win situation, really. Not everybody has done well, and others haven't done badly. So,
thank you, Karen. Councillor Shanks.
Karen, I was talking to Louise not too long ago about the shopfront idea. Firstly, I think that was a fantastic idea. Did the dates coincide with a lockdown? I thought it might have. When we went into lockdown, I thought that was going to affect you guys. So how many days were you able to do it in comparison to what you were hoping to do it for? And have you got any more plans to do it again?
We closed up on day 7. So we went into lockdown on the Wednesday. So we had the previous week, Monday to Friday, and the Monday, Tuesday, and then closed up on the Tuesday night. It wasn't as successful as we would have liked to have seen it be in the respect that we didn't get a lot of businesses coming in to see us. Number of reasons. A lot of them are owner operators, so they can't really leave their premises. And others, the weather was absolutely particularly bad that week, so we didn't get a lot of people in that way. However, when we had 2 people being able to be at the shop front, one would stay in the shop front in case someone came in, and the other one would go door to door up and down the street. But we did have a lot of emails and phone calls. So whether we would do it again, I don't know. That would be a decision for the board.
So I might go to Councillor Fraser. You had a question? You happy to move it? Do you wish to speak at all, Di?
Yes. Karen, thanks for the report. I read it. I really enjoyed reading the comments about the conference. It sounds like it was a really great, successful day, so well done. Sometimes in small business, it's really easy to become bogged down just in day-to-day operations. So to go to a forum and hear motivational speakers really gives you a new lease on life. It sort of helps you to sort of think, well, yeah, I can do this now instead of just what I've been doing. And I really think in the last couple of years, the Gawler Business Development Group has really come into its own. So keep going with that. And yeah, a little bit of work to be done on the business plan, but otherwise overall, well done.
Do you wish to second, Councillor Hughes? Do you wish to speak?
Yes, and yeah, I think the motion is quite good because the work in the direction the Business Development Board's going in, as Councillor Fraser said, is good. I think Joe a bit more strategic in some of that delivery, and basically a lot of that was said at the conference, the business conference. So it's actually echoed, I think, in this motion really well. So I think this covers through on what was being asked and presented by the different speakers from around Australia that are quite successful in their fields, which was really clever how that all came together. So I think this motion helps that, and yeah, just to be more strategic in some of that delivery, which I think this motion helps as well.
And if I could just mention on that too, sorry, the market research project that we're currently trying to engage someone to do was supposed to have been completed in the last financial year, and that would have driven our business plan. It would have told us what it was that we needed to put into the plan for this coming year. So, and that is definitely why the business plan was lacking in what we would actually do as projects for this financial year we're in now. So as soon as this research project is finished and we get the feedback from the company that we engage, that will direct us and let us know what we need to do.
Thank you. Discussion? Any other discussion? Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, look, thanks again. I really enjoy reading these reports because I do like sort of seeing as well what businesses are going to be coming in too. So picking up on some of that as well. Just a comment on the shop front. Firstly, I really like the idea. It is a shame that obviously you had to weather to combat. You did have a COVID lockdown, and you know you're all against it. But the fact that it might have not had the uptake that you were hoping for, and that it doesn't really surprise me with those factors. But it seems like one of those things that if businesses come to expect it. At the same time, like the business conference, I've only, we've witnessed that grow leaps and bounds. And to be honest, this year was my first one that I've managed to get the time to go to, and I won't miss one again because there was a lot of takeaways there, and that consistent messaging I think is growing. So the option to have a interface at the same time every single year for businesses does intrigue me a little bit, but obviously you guys know what you're doing. I'm not, it was just a comment that I was very happy to hear that going ahead. But look, I'm happy to support this, and yeah, keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Fraser, are you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we're moving on to 10.3, CAT bylaw. There's two options here, option 1, as I call it, or option 2. There's been a lot of discussion around CAT bylaws across Adelaide. How do you wish to proceed? Councillor Goldstone.
Rush of hands, I'll have a crack at suggesting we go with the first option, which is recommended in the officer's report. It's a bit annoying because it looks like we're at the stage now where we've done all the work. The community are happy with the proposed bylaw by the feedback that we've received, but the LRC seem to have made it quite clear they won't support it if it's lodged in its current form. So it just seems a bit of a wasted exercise. At least the first option will allow us to get some more information, get some more legal advice, and then take the next step when it's perhaps more resolved. But so yeah, I'll go with the officer's recommendation, which is outlined on page 31.
No, just so we're clear, you're the first 3, not the second 3.
First 3.
The first 3.
Yep.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Vallelonga. Any discussion? Councillor Koch.
Unfortunately, I'll be voting against this. I actually quite like the second part where we actually lodge it. I think we've got through the whole process and the community actually wants some action on this. I think if we just go for the first one, we're not actually doing anything. I think we can lodge that. We can get some feedback, and they can say why they may accept it. Potentially they won't, but they'll give us some feedback. And then I reckon we can come back and massage the bylaws and what we can do. Take that back out to consultation, and then hopefully represent it. Because I think that's the way forward. Otherwise, I don't think the state government is going to do very much in the next term, obviously, if not the next term. So the poor old native animals are just going to sit there and be hoovered up by cats. Now, for example, if I was a cat owner, there'd be two things that I would do. One is I wouldn't be allowing my cat out roaming because it could be attacked by a feral cat and get actually damaged. And secondly, or a feral cat coming to my yard and spreading diseases. So we need to be proactive and show the community that we're proactive about managing those cats and keeping their cats safe. So I'm sorry, unfortunately, I won't be supporting this, but if this doesn't get up, I'll be moving the second part. I think that's the way forward, and it's showing our community what we really want to do.
Other discussion? Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, with this one, a bit of a hot topic. You do see a bit of social media presence around the cat bylaws. To be honest, I completely agree with Councillor Koch. You know, there is the dialogue that I'm witnessing is, yeah, it is quite strong to actually be doing something. I understand Councillor Goldstone's point, and I'm definitely not against it, but I do like the idea of proceeding and then almost getting that knocked back to then prompt a reaction. It's like, okay, we got knocked back on this, so let's change this, this and this, and actively move forward. I do see the 1, 2 and 3 being a little bit of a time lost, in my opinion. So yeah, look, I probably won't support the way that it sits, but yeah, I'm happy to continue the conversation.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Goldstone, I might put this motion, test the waters. All right, so I'll put that motion, features 1, 2 and 3. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? It is lost. We do have an alternative motion kindly provided by the staff. Now, Councillor Koch, are you prepared to move? So just so we're clear, after the word or, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9 across the page. Is that what you wish to move? Do you wish to speak to it? Do you want to? Yeah, there you go.
It's obvious from the community that they want action on cats. And I think, as Councillor Shanks was saying, we put it up, if we could knock back, we actually get some feedback on what they will accept. We can then come back, change it, and go out to community consultation and hopefully move forward. So I'm all for protecting people's cats and also protecting, owned cats and also the native animals. So I think this is the way forward. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Little, do you wish to speak at all? Paul? No. Any discussion? If not, Councillor Koch, you happy for me to put that? I'll put that motion. Everyone clear on what they're voting on? Yep. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. Thank you. We'll skip that one.
Well done.
So now we're up to 10.4 and I'm on page 33 of the agenda. The Gawler Aquatic Centre infrastructure update. Got a number of attachments and we have quite a lengthy recommendation as well. How do you wish to proceed? We do have an officer's recommendation. You happy to move that way, Councillor Ballalonga? Do you wish to speak at all, Jim? No. Do I have a seconder for the officer's recommendation? That would be, are you happy to second, Councillor Koch? You've got your microphone on. No. No? Are you happy to second? Do you wish to speak? Okay. Any discussion? Councillor Shanks.
I just had a question, if I could, probably through you, Mayor, to Bryce. I was just, the grant had the 101,550, I think, for the SAPN. And then the $40,000 for our own electrician to do both hookups, temporary and permanent. Is there any grant opportunities that have or could be pursued? I mean, call me a novice, but that just looks like a grant opportunity.
Through the chair, it's not something we've explored at this point, and I guess part of the driving force behind that is the timeliness of that in regards to the temporary reconnection for the 100 amp system is actually starting tomorrow, and hopefully by this time next week will be completed. But in regards to the upgrade, we haven't considered that yet. We can look if that's a possibility, and if that would fit the timeline and those sorts of things, but it's not something we've looked at this point.
So I've got a question. Was that cost brought up when the redevelopment was happening? Because I would have thought that would have been one of the first things you'd looked at, was the capacity of, the connection, not rely on generators. Was that discussed during the redevelopment?
Through the chair, I might pass this one over to Sam in regards to the response.
Through you, Mayor. As part of the scope of the project, we certainly looked at the power consumption being created or generated through the project. There wasn't a historical issue with power supply to the site that was identified. Part of the scope was a quasi DNC per se in that regard, but effectively the project was actually improving the power supply to the in terms of reducing the power consumption of the site. So there wasn't actually an understood underlying issue with the power at the time.
So it has happened before though. So I'm just a bit puzzled as to why it wasn't uncovered if it actually had been.
So there were,
Because it's in the report, it says SAPN has refused because it's actually, this was the second time, not the first, and they've refused to connect you up until something concrete is done.
what I understand, Madam Mayor, is that those previous occurrences weren't necessarily council wasn't advised of those particular issues that they occurred because they were at the SAPN side of the service connection at the pole. So there wasn't an understood, the answer to the question is there was not an understood pre-existing issue with power supply for the site.
Right.
And we were entering that project in a very fiscally constrained environment looking to maximize outcomes. So given that we were, and that's the nature of the change room project, we were reducing power consumption. There was an underlying problem. It was a quasi DNC design and construct with respect to the plumbing and electrical, and it wasn't identified as an issue through the build.
Thank you for that response. Any other discussion? Right, Councillor Vallelonga, are you happy for me to put that motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. So we're up to 10.5, grants update, and mainly it's noting. It does authorise point 8. You happy to move that way to Councillor Vallelonga? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fraser. If that's Councillor Vallelonga, do you wish to speak as the mover? Councillor Fraser, do you wish to speak at all? Any discussion? If not, I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Aussie Farm Fresh Market. I'm on page 60. We have an officer's recommendation. How do you wish to proceed, councillors? The next item. More than happy to do that. You happy to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Do we have a seconder, Councillor Hughes? Do you wish to speak at all, Nathan? Okay. Councillor Hughes, do you wish to speak at all? Any discussion, Councillor Koch?
Yeah, I've got some questions. The first is the rebate, if it's wet, is $360. But from my calculation, the daily rate is 211, assuming 45 days, actually have the market. Why is the rebate more than just the daily rate?
Who'd like to take this? Mr. Horwood, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Karen. Councillor Koch, if you could just clarify your calculation
Okay.
in that regard.
Well, I calculated it would have been 7 days. There was so many days that there was something, and then there was 4 other days, and there was 7 days that they potentially couldn't have a market. So that was 45 days, and I divided 45 into the 9,500, and that gave me $211 per event per day. But the rebate is $360, so the rebate, they get more. They get more of a rebate when they're not there than what they pay. So why don't you just charge? Why isn't the rebate just $210? Because they won't be there. I mean, yeah.
Through you, Mayor Karen. Look, ultimately, it's up for council to determine the quantum of that rebate if it's applicable. But yes, the recommendation in this report is based on the 360 per instance.
Yep. The other question is that the people running the market has public liability. Do they also have product liability insurance? And do all the store holders also hold public liability and product liability? No, they're different. Yeah, public liability and product liability are two different things.
So through you, Mayor Karen, the licence, as we've noted in the report, we're proposing to transition from a lease to a licence, but that licence again continues to be with the Frangos Family Trust, and presumably they then have sub-arrangements with other tenants of the site, but the negotiations with council is through the Frangos Family Trust.
But don't we need to make sure that that each store holder has public liability and product liability?
They carry the licence.
But it's not in here saying that it's all covered off, because that could put us.
They carry the licence for the entire
I know,
the
but
designated site.
But surely we should be able to see the insurances.
Well, they would negotiate those insurances because they carry the licence.
But surely we should see that before we sign up, because they might not be a product liability, it might not be product insurance, and there may not be product and public liability for the store holders.
Do you want to add
That's the issue.
to that, Mr. Horwood?
Through you, Mayor. I guess iterate your comments that the lease, the proposed licence negotiations has been with the Frangos family, and that's the people who will be holding the licence agreement, who would then have any necessary insurance. Separate to that, any arrangements between them and any other tenants of the site would be between those tenants and the Frangos family. Where the council's just dealing with the Frangos Family Trust as the proposed licence under the licence arrangement.
Just one more thing. Just for example, when we looked at activating Walker Place, we actually talked about whoever ran, let's say, an event there would have to have public liability, product liability, and then each store holder would need public liability and product liability. I think that's what we said. So we always have, I would just like to see it, because I think otherwise we're putting ourselves at risk if there's an issue and they haven't, and a particular storeholder might not have public liability.
I don't think Mr. Horwood can provide you that information that you're seeking.
Yes.
He's provided a response.
Yep.
You could certainly take it on notice and provide further information. But I think that's the extent of your answer at this stage, Mr. Horwood. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Vallelonga.
Just to answer councillor Kosh there, that can't be forced on them. That's the only problem. It just can't be forced. That's their own decision. I understand where you're coming from, but that's their own decision and it can't be forced on them. I know that.
Oh, I think they do need it, but we'll stop there. I think further discussion around public liability and business owners and storeholders, you can take up with Mr. Horwood and get some further clarity if you need it outside the meeting. Councillor Goldstone.
The only issue I've got a bit of a question mark against is on page 62 of the report. It says consideration should be given to the current bricks and mortar fresh produce businesses operating within the surrounding location of the market, who have previously raised concerns about the market. And that's what it says. Now, I don't know if we've given consideration to that. I guess you could say we'll give consideration in whatever resolutions passed today, but I'm just a bit concerned that there may be a couple of other businesses who sell the same produce that aren't happy with the idea. Have we given that due consideration?
Yeah,
So,
I know that previously has occurred when it first came up and then as part of the development application as well. So they've gone through a number of steps, the Frangos family, to achieve. So this is a renewing of that, which I think doesn't trigger like a formal public consultation, but it was quite, as I recall, it was quite rigorous at that particular time. Okay. Any other discussion? Councillor Shanks, you have, sorry, Councillor Fraser.
I just have a question going back to Councillor Kosh's comment about 45 weeks. Where does it say that they're only open? That's 5 weeks they're not functioning. Where does it say that in the report? Because 45 weeks is $211. I just checked it out, but I don't know where in the report it said that.
It's in the lease agreement. There's certain weeks that they can't have a market because of community events. And I think because of community events. So for example, the village fair, carols, those type of things. That's actually written into the agreement, which is in our attachments.
So there's 5 weeks, is there, where they don't have
There's
function?
4 events plus an extra 5 weeks. I think that's what it reads. I got that right, Paul? I think that what, yeah. Yeah, there's,
Okay, all right.
it gives enough leeway for community groups to use, you know, if they need to have a community event. And that's written into that license agreement. Yeah.
So if it is only 45 weeks, well, Councillor Kosh is right, it's $211, not 360. So is there some way that we can change that to have their
I might just clarify the numbers before we start changing numbers. Mr. Horde, in the numbers in the recommendation correct? I think they are. Are they correct? Councillor Fraser's asking, should we be changing the numbers? I'm a bit concerned that you're the finance manager, so you've checked these numbers?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Look, I'm certainly comfortable with the numbers as presented, but obviously it just comes down to the number of weeks factor and which way council wants to consider in that regard.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Shanks, you can close the debate. You happy for me to put it? Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against is carried. Thank you. Okay, 10.7. You happy to move that way, Councillor Davies?
Yeah, I'd like to move it as amended. I'd just like to remove the section about the speaking time being reduced from 5 minutes to 3 minutes.
Sorry, I don't understand what you just said.
So there's a series of recommendations for changes to the code of practice.
Yeah.
And I was happy with most of them, but not the one about reducing the speaking time from 5 minutes to 3
Oh,
minutes.
so you want to keep it
So
at
I'd like
5
to move
minutes?
it without that being a part of it.
So you want to keep it at 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, look, this is just something that I'm happy with it for the most part. I just think I think there's a few good changes in there. I just think that as it is at the moment, we don't have any particular need for reduction of speaking time. And then when we do need it, when things come up that everyone's going to need to say a lot about, when we return to the cobbler issue, for example, or when we get to a new stage of boundary reform and all these kinds of things, it's good to have the chance to speak. But otherwise I'm generally happy with it, and yeah, we'll see how this motion goes.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Shanks?
Yeah, firstly, thanks to Councillor Davies for moving that. That was one of my points that would have seen me speaking against. This report, the way that it sits for me is the outcome of a motion that I believe I moved about seeing some efficiencies picked up and a workshop that did follow through. I think it was definitely necessary to open the conversation. Unfortunately, as I pointed out on the night, we seem to get bogged down in trying to save minutes when I was talking about a process and efficiencies that I was hoping to save a lot more than just the minute every now and then. We saw tonight, we got public open forum, we had a deputation, we had some questions. I've pointed out previously about feeling rushed as we get to the end of the agenda. You know, we were elected to come in with an open mind. To take out 2 minutes out of 5, for me not to be able to listen to each and every one of you try to help me understand the report or what position you're in, it doesn't only hinder my ability to be able to pick up on what my colleagues are saying, but it also takes 2 minutes away from every single item for every person that does want to speak. For the community to listen on how they arrived. We speak on some pretty big issues here as elected members. As Councillor Davies pointed out, we very rarely, bar a couple of us, or bar one of us now, I guess, get close to that 5 minute cutoff point. But look, I do my due diligence, I do my reading, and I do like coming in and explaining how I arrive at a position. I don't see the need to reduce speaking time, and we do have a process in place where it does sort of, cut us off. What we should be talking about is maybe looking at some efficiencies with combining the IES, the CCS with an ordinary council meeting, and doing ordinary council meetings every fortnight. Being consistent and giving the platform, the IES and the CCS, a position on those consistent meetings is what I'm talking about, picking up some efficiencies. But look, the other changes are all procedural, and I completely understand. But yeah, that one, I would like to see that one dropped out as well. So that's why I can second this.
Discussion, Councillor Fraser.
Yes, first of all, I was really pleased about the closing time, albeit that we already operate from that. I remember being on council before and being here till midnight, and I'm glad that doesn't happen anymore. But just excuse my ignorance, but can you tell me what number 12 is? Informative information reports? What are they? We don't have them on the agenda now, so what does that mean?
So information and noting reports. Noting reports. So you're not actually making a decision. You're just noting. Councillor Goldstein.
Just on this speaking time business, I actually agree with the 3 minutes because I think it'll speed things up a bit. We need to remember you can always seek leave of the meeting to speak more than once. So it doesn't change your ability to talk longer than the 5 minutes as it is now. 3 minutes that's suggested. I just think if we're looking at ways to speed the meetings up a little bit more, that's a good move. So yeah, I was happy with the 3 minutes.
Councillor Koch and then Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, look, I was happy with the 3-minute change. I think people can be succinct in what they can say. I think that's important. That speeds things up. And if you need extra time, you just ask leave the council, and if it's relevant and everything else, and people think you are getting to the point, you'll just get an extension. So I think that's fine.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I also agree with 3 minutes because I've noted every time people have used their 5 minutes, they've normally said the same thing 3 or 4 or 5 times in that time, unfortunately. But yeah, Councillor Vallelonga, I'm trying to speak and you're interrupting. Councillor Vallelonga, thanks. Yes, thanks for that, sorry. So I do think it's important to cover off and allow everyone to speak. So if some people spend 5 minutes, it does then put pressure on other people, I think, sometimes to speed that up, which I think is unfair. I do think, and we've had cases where some councillors here have actually moved motions, so they've spoken to the motion, so they've got that extra time, and then wrapped it up at the end as well. And also the fact, as has already been said, I think we've been really lenient, giving people a chance to speak again if they really feel as though they've got a point that wasn't raised or they just thought of after the debate. So I think we have been really, really good with that. But if there is a contentious issue, as Councillor Davies has talked about, like some of those issues, you want all 9 councillors giving their 3 minutes worth. I think it does put pressure on everyone else when you know that some people are going to use 5 or whatever. So I think it's a fairer way to go.
Councillor Vallelonga.
I'd like to move that we go to 4 minutes compromise.
That's an amendment. Who hasn't spoken in the debate? We need somebody who hasn't spoken in the debate to second that amendment. So Councillor Vallelonga has moved an amendment that we move to 4 minutes. Do we have a seconder? Somebody who hasn't spoken in the debate? Nearly everyone has, except for Councillor Little and Deputy Mayor. So unless you're willing to, no, he's shaking his head. Deputy Mayor, are you shaking your head or are you nodding your head? No, okay. So we don't have a seconder, Councillor Vallelonga, so that lapses for want of a seconder. That's an amendment. Yep, okay, lapses for want of a seconder. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Davies, wrap it up. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I think, to me, I just think the council is at its worst decision-making wise when it thinks of things as a race or a rush, or we've got to get through this. Like, if a full discussion needs to be had, then we should be having the full discussion. It doesn't matter if you want to watch the TV show that's on at 10 or whatever. Like, it's our job to fully make decisions, and currently the default in the Local Government Act, as I understand it, that's why we've got it at that amount, is 5 minutes. And we shouldn't we're reducing our own powers to be able to comprehensively make decisions. So for me, I just think, this isn't a race. It's not, oh, look, we can finish earlier. Sometimes that's a sign that we've done a bad job. So yeah, that's why I'm moving this. If it doesn't get up, obviously someone can move the full version, but I think it's better for us to have our ability as a council to fully make decisions and not think of things in terms of how fast we can speed run it.
So I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? It is lost. Thank you. Division. So you've called a division, Councillor Davies. All those in favour, please stand. Councillor Davies, Councillor Little, Deputy Mayor Samble and Councillor Shanks are for. All those against are Councillor Koch, Goldstone, Vallelonga, Hughes and Fraser. The motion is lost. Thank you. Councillor Hughes,
I'd like to move the original motion.
the original motion, yes. Seconded by Councillor Goldstone. Any discussion? If not, Councillor Shanks.
I mean, yeah, I'm gobsmacked here. Look, we've just gagged debate. Like that's what we've just done. Yeah, 5 minutes speaking, you don't have to use, but the people in this room that do want to speak for 5 minutes, and I apologise to my colleagues if you find me repeating myself. I don't speak publicly every day. But I'm trying to get my point across to the people that elected me. I'm trying to get my point across to the people in the room. This isn't my full-time job. By making it now 3 minutes, you've now hindered the ability to be comfortable in delivering what the point is that we're trying to make. I'm absolutely gobsmacked that the difference of 2 minutes is so threatening to elected members that we can't just leave it the way it is and not speak if you don't want to speak, but allow those that do. We have now moved to a 3 minute barrier. And even the discussion that is such that has now resulted in me speaking here is actually a waste of time. We could have just left it at the 5 minutes and we would have moved on. The efficiencies isn't in the debate. Yes, some items do drag on. The point of giving leave of absence, I mean, I'm making points that some of you don't like, and then I'm trying to rebut and calling a leave of absence, and sometimes I don't get it. This is a bad process. I must point that out. This is a bad process, and doing 3 minutes, we're going to have our neighbouring councils laughing at us with this, because the fact that we even cut it off at 5, so military grade, is not how council like Light do it, for example. You've seen me chair a PMP meeting, and we had some of the best conversations where we allowed some of the free-flowing debate. This is now hindering it, and it's offering a level of discomfort to an already uncomfortable room in some situations. I'm disappointed. I can't vote for this, and I apologise for the next term that are going to have to try to right this wrong.
Any other discussion, Councillor Davies?
Yeah, look, this was a sticking point for me, which is why I moved it the other way. So I'm not going to vote for this one. I just think that the best, most productive conversations we ever have are the ones where it's being chaired in a way in which people have the chance to have an open discussion around the table and that sort of thing. In committees, yeah, like we've had fantastic discussions, the CEO PMP, for example, groups like the Youth Advisory Committee, groups that are the less formal, like the Climate Emergency Group. That's where we get things really worked out. That's, so, I think there's a reason to be talking about efficiencies, and it's good to be able to say, oh, we can sort this out. We can put all the noting reports together, for example. But, I don't think we should be just trying to cut down on our decision-making as much as possible. I think we should be empowering our decision-making. So I'm not going to vote for this.
Any other discussion? Councillor Vallelonga.
Why don't we go to 4 minutes? Compromise.
If there's no further discussion, Councillor Hughes, you can close the debate. Thank you.
Yeah, just very briefly. There's nothing stopping us from actually closing formal debate and having open and suspending meeting procedures and having open discussion, which we do in committees quite often. And sometimes that's actually recommended. So we can still do that. I think the 3 minutes just is fair to everyone, for all members. So I just think it's a fairness and allows some real decent points to be made. So I'll just ask everyone to support this motion.
I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. Councillor Shanks has called a division. All those in favour, please stand or call your names out. Councillor Koch, Goldstone, Vallelonga, Hughes and Fraser are in favour. All those against are, stay standing, thank you everyone. All those against are Councillor Davies, Councillor Little, Deputy Mayor Samble and Councillor Shanks. The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to the Civic Centre. We've got a noting report, one of those information reports, Councillor Fraser. You happy to move that way? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Little, Councillor Davies.
Yeah, look, there's been a fair few things happening in the last few months. I went ahead a week or two ago and had a look at the new Civic Centre Cafe that's just opened up. And it seemed to be doing quite well for itself. When I went along later during that first week, they seemed to have had trouble having all the sausage rolls and stuff stocked still. So I assume that means that they, were doing a bit better than they expected for their early run. I think it's a, the cafe doesn't have to be a huge success, but if we can have it as something that consistently runs as a companion to the Civic Centre and to the library and to when, groups come along to see the heritage collection and that sort of thing, that they can sit down, they can have a coffee, they can have a chat. I think it's good to have a space like that in the Civic Centre. The youth area is doing well. That's my obligatory part that I always have to mention during these reports, but it's great to see the so many sold out youth events. It's really something that's clearly got the community's got a huge appetite for. And hopefully with the new training position, we can continue to see that rise on strength to strength. There's the events. I'll be going along to an event this Friday, which is a performance by the Gawler Town Band. I believe with food down in the cafe area where I was talking about. So I'm looking forward to that one. So glad to see these areas of the Civic Centre doing well.
Yeah, I just noticed over 25,000 people for the quarter and compared to 14,000 people for the quarter before. So I think it's really starting to hit its straps. And certainly youth, the Cultural Heritage Centre, 75 odd researchers now wanting to be a part of that area, which is, it's really delivering on what the vision was. So I think that there's some really good things happening. If you read this report, it really tells you some of the successes. So yes, any other discussion? If not, Councillor Fraser, are you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you. So I think we might have a 10-minute break just to stretch our legs and come back and start with our recommendations from committees. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I think we'll get started, everyone. Everyone take their seats. Okay. Thanks, Cody. Are you sitting at a table down there? It's rather civilized, isn't it? Okay, so I'm on page 77 and we'll get started on recommendations from committees. So first cab off the rank is recommendations from the Gawler Youth Advisory Committee. And we have a motion made under delegated authority for noting. Happy to move that way, Councillor Shanks. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Davies, all those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll move on to about the update report be noted. It's a recommendation. Move that way, Councillor Davies. I'll get a seconder and then I'll take your question. Thank you, Councillor Shanks, seconded by Councillor Shanks. You got a question? That was a written report.
Is that in the attachment? Did I miss it?
No, that's in the minutes of the Gawler Youth Advisory.
Okay,
Committee.
right, thank you.
And that was a written report. I did actually have a look at that. I think I've answered that question. Yep. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we have some applications for sponsorships, artists and sporting. Happy to move that way, Councillor Shanks. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hughes. All those in favour? Carried. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That concludes the YAC. I'll move across the page to the Infrastructure and Environmental Services Committee, and we have on this page motions made under delegated authority for noting, but we need to note the adopted motions. Happy to move that way, Councillor Hughes. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Fraser. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. I'm moving across the page to the Clifford Road drain. This is a recommendation. Do you wish to declare a conflict, Councillor Hughes?
Yes, please. I'm an employee of the Northern York Landscape Board, so I have a perceived interest, so I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. We'll allow him to leave the room. You filled out your form? Yep. He's dealing with the matter by leaving the room and not participating in the debate. You happy to move that way, Councillor Hughes? Councillor Koch, beg your pardon. There you go.
Yep, look, I think this is an exciting project. The fact that a private enterprise is going to reinstate a wetland and then inject water into the aquifer, I think that's pretty exciting. We asked some questions of the owner, and we talked about what was going to happen with the heavy metals that accumulate in the reed beds, and he was given a very good answer of what happened with that, because that's an issue, and also ensuring that the water that is injected into the aquifer has been is injected under license, and it's a certain quality, because the last thing you want to do is to damage the aquifer by putting contaminated water into the aquifer. So to me, it looks like they've thought it through, and the actual amount that's going to be harvested into this wetland is only a relatively small percentage of the water that would be going into the Gawler River, so that there is still water going to the river for environmental flows within the river. So I think it's a good project all round and should be applauded. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor Deputy Mayor. Any discussion?
I just heard Councillor Koch say about the point of the water going down. I agree. I think this is an exciting project. There's also a lake being made in the new development of Hillier Park that are going to be diverting water into it too, which is also exciting because it forms in with the new housing developments out there. But so many people say to me, when the water goes into the aquifer, who picks it up? It ends up at sea. Oh, well, I've spoken to the market gardeners down there, and they said that the aquifer is so fast it ends up in the middle of the Gulf. So how does one get to know to answer these questions to, you know, people that ask us and say, you know, we hear all about this sort of stuff and so forth, and it goes into the aquifer, but no one knows where the aquifer goes. You're saying it stays there.
Yeah, there's a number of
back up the hill?
aquifers across the Adelaide Plains.
There's magnetic hills like that. Car runs up the hill.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. Any other discussion? If not, councillor Kosh, you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. If somebody could get, bring councillor Hughes back in. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Thank you, councillor Hughes. So we're now on page 80 of the agenda, which is the draft Gawler beautification plan. Councillor Goldstone, you happy to move that way?
Yes, look, I won't repeat all the comments I made at the IES meeting, but other than to say they're still relevant, I'll just say that he comments for closing debate if I can.
Thank you. I think I had councillor Valalonga's hand up first. Are you wishing to second? You wishing to second? Thank you. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Any discussion? Councillor Kosh.
Look, I'll be consistent and vote against this motion. When the plan was sent out to community consultation, it didn't include any costings, for example, the capital cost, depreciation, ongoing maintenance. When you go to the community and you say, what do you think? I think people will say, oh, yes, I love it. But I think there may have been a different view if the costings would have been put into place. Our net liability ratio is getting close to 100%, and we're in the process of reducing, I think that's what's called, we're in the process of actually trying to reduce our debt because we need to create borrowing capacity for our next major project, which is potentially the pool. That's what we've promised the community we want to do. So in this case, we're setting in train where we're going to be spending a lot of capital and a lot of maintenance upgrades, and I don't think we'll be able to get our debt down to create, the gap there to do the borrowings for the pool. So the money we spent on that. A lot of the land is DIT land, and we haven't even really spoken to them about that. So we're taking on the liability of putting trees, etc., on that space, and I would imagine we'll be taking all the costs of maintaining those areas. From my understanding, when I've listened to everybody, from my understanding, what people wanted was a town that was looked neat and tidy, that the litter was, the verges were cut, the litter was picked up, and there was less dead trees and branches, etc. Now, this has essentially been achieved because DIT's been some mowing. We had the offenders program, which did a whole lot of work on Lindop Road, and that looks really, really nice. So, in fact, I think, by actually addressing the real issues, I think we've actually achieved stuff. I'm also not very happy with the plan to remove trees along Lindop Road between Cheek and Murray, although they said it now that's only beyond need. The issue there is even if you replant, and people have talked about it, messy trees, and you can clean them up, and also the pruning when they go into the wires. What you really need to do is either to lift the high voltage wires or bundle the high voltage wires, and that way you get away with the need to constantly prune those trees, because that does affect the health of the trees. So unfortunately, the plan doesn't address that. They just think we'll take the trees out and put more trees in, and you have exactly the same result. I'm not very supportive of the 87,000 to be spent on the Williston roundabout. I think this is a lot of money for a very small area. It was landscaped previously, and that was unsuccessful. So I can't see why it will be a success this time. I think we need a more, for that site and for all the other sites, I think we need a more robust, durable and simple solution that can be found. Thank you.
Yeah, interesting about the Williston roundabout. I actually advocated for landscaping at that time, and they quoted 10,000, but I think they spent about 200. And yeah, 2 years they're all dead. Yeah, and it does need significant landscaping and irrigation. That's what it needs. It needs an irrigation system if it's going to work. Okay. Oh, I think I've got Councillor Hughes and Deputy Mayor. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've got concerns if our community here was intending to spend $87,000 on a really small roundabout that's actually a Department of Infrastructure and Transport roundabout that actually they promised us to do some landscaping, which they haven't maintained or looked after. I think we really, as a council, need to have some really good firm agreements in place and even some funding from DIT to do this work. Using ratepayers' money when we've got $20 million debt, or will have this, is forecast for this financial year. I think it's a lot of money for a very small area. It doesn't fit in with any of the other landscaping in Williston. It's actually quite treeless. So we really need to be planting some trees. I don't think planting some roundabouts is actually going to cool down anything or actually have any effects. I think this partnership with our main roads, our main entries, is with the mainly with the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, which this plan doesn't. It talks about, but there's no agreement. So spending $150,000 on 2 roundabouts is not adding any trees. It's just adding hopefully some succulents or something that's going to survive our summers and survive into winter. But yeah, it's so much money for such small areas, and really it may not even last. And they're not our roads. It's the department. So I can't support this motion, or definitely not the Red Banks Main North Road roundabout.
Any other discussion? Councillor Ballawonga. Oh, Councillor Shanks. I'll let Jim go and then I'll go back to you, Nathan. Oh, you were next. Oh, Deputy Mayor. I did say Deputy Mayor, yeah. And then Councillor
Mayor
Ballawonga
Karen,
and then Councillor Shanks.
If I can just say that I went back and went through, it was certainly a great plan that was put together there, and I agree with Councillor Hughes. Dip Tie and the town of Gawler, I don't think we get anything right. We're trying to do the right thing and they think they can use us up. But one thing that keeps missing out of all this stuff when it comes to the point of the Gawler beautification program is over $400,000 has been spent on some rusty pieces of metal on both sides of the road on the southern entries to Gawler. There's nothing in this plan. And I just wonder if Mr. DeLima could give us any update on what happens from here. Is there spraying or whatever could happen to make it look better, and maybe some signage to say what they are? I'm just wondering, Mayor Karen, if we can have an update on that area.
Yeah, there is actually signage. It's in the Aspire land development near the Gawler, right near there. And that was because Dipty wouldn't let us put a sign along the main road because they wouldn't let people stop because it's a freeway. So there is actually a sign, an interpretation of the artwork. It's just nowhere near the artwork, which is a little bit silly, but there you go. That's where it is. Mr. DeLina?
There is a motion from the IS committee to bring a report back on the quality of planting of the sculpture. Might provide an opportunity to add further commentary in that regard.
Thank you.
It's on that.
That'll come up. Thank you. We can get a report on how they're going. Fantastic. Any other discussion? Now I think Councillor Ballawonga, you were next, and then Councillor Shanks.
Are we able to take out item 4 then out of this motion? So I agree with everything else, but when you look at the figures, I agree with the discussion that we've had.
Well, I think that's actually a material change. It's not an amendment. However, I will put it to the mover, and second, the mover's not interested. So if the mover's not interested, it's probably not going to go anywhere. It's not an amendment. It would have to be a separate motion. It's material change, so I wouldn't be able to accept an amendment to remove that. It's not a minor change. But if this doesn't get up, you're more than welcome to move an alternative motion, Councillor Ballawonga, if you wish. Okay. Any other? Councillor Shanks, you were next.
I just had a question first, if I could. projects 1, 2 and 3 were the most popular in the community consultation. Am I reading that correct? And why we went with those projects 1, 2 and 3?
Supports the following projects from the beautification plan as presented in the report that went to the IES. So it's in the IES report.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to support this. I had a few notes for the night, but as you know, it was a last minute cancellation. I had something else on for work, but what the beautification plan is to me is it's an overarching document that each year you can come through and try to start crossing some things off hit lists. To me, I see it as a fluid document. We have an adopted budget allocation of $150,000. We have a plan that has gone out and the community have spoken, although I'm not a massive fan of some of the numbers we get in our community consultation. As you are aware, this was actually one of our big ones. And you know, we did get some data there that we've used a lot less numbers to achieve a lot bigger decisions. So to want to vote this down with the points on where we're embarking in this and we're committing too much cost, where we haven't made it clear to the community in the maintenance regimes, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, to that, I turn around and say, how's boundary reform going? Those are the core fundamentals that I've been talking about we need to get right before we send the wrong messages. The beautification plan is a fluid document. We've done it appropriately. We've gauged what the community are calling for. And I would like to see us go back out for community consultation annually to really get those hit lists, service levels that our community want, not ignoring them and listening to their feedback. And then when with their feedback, we communicate effectively to our community on what that looks like, what that means. You want this, this is what it means. I do think 87 grand is a bit much for a roundabout, but I'm still trying to get my head around the whole local government figures, to be honest. But the projects 1, 2 and 3 were the most popular. We have the budget allocation of $150,000. This does make sense. And look, you know, these are the things that people notice as well. Town beautification, yes, is cleaning streets. It is doing all the street furniture. It is doing all those things, which is great if we think we're ticking the boxes on that level. I think there is still some more work to be done. But, you know, these entrance statements are the statements that you drive into the town and you do pick up. And that's what ratepayers are going to notice and go, oh, good, they're listening. So look, I'm happy to support it because we do have the funding there, and it's not affecting our ratios any more or any less because we have it budgeted. If it wasn't budgeted, it'd be a different conversation. So I hope we support this.
You got a question, Councillor Hughes?
Yes, I've got a question regarding the priorities. I don't believe 1, 2 and 3 were the most popular. Whether we can get some feedback from the staff on that.
Mr. Delina? I think they were the staff's choice, weren't they?
Yeah, through the chair, by far the most popular project was the southern entry, Maynooth Road southern entrance. We are limited by the amount of funding that's available. So what we've tried to do is be pragmatic, that let's do the detailed design. Let's engage further with elected members. Part of it's a entry statement as well. So come up with a design, get a detailed cost estimate with that and bring it back to the council. The other two roundabouts, you could flip a coin as to which roundabout occurred in the township. And the message that I got from the council members was spread it across the town. And that's what I've tried to do, spread the works across the town.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Goldstone, you can close the debate.
Yeah, look, I'll just go over a couple of points that I talked about at the committee meeting. We need to remember that this is all about the beautification of Gawler. It's about doing things that the residents want to see happen. A lot of the small stuff, a lot of it talks about service level improvements, street sweeping, footpath cleaning, you know, the whole gambit. It's not just all about capital works. Saying that, it's a rolling program over a number of years, and it's going to be subject to annual budget allocations. If the council of the day chooses not to allocate funds in the budget, well, nothing will happen that year. I hope they do. The plan is due to be reviewed on an ongoing basis. I will touch on the comments we received back from when we sought feedback. We got over 150 comments back, which for local government is pretty good. The majority were by far in support of the actual plan, and it's were supportive of it. I sort of asked why wouldn't a program which is supported by the community and which will result in improved conditions in the town not be supported by members? You know, these are the sort of things that residents want to see their money spent on. So I hope it does get up. There's a lot more in the plan for future review and possible funding. So it's just the start. There's a lot of stuff in there that, you know, is going to be good for the town. I hope you support it.
I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. I'm moving on to recommendations from the Gawler Heritage Collection Committee. 11.3 is a noting motion. You happy to move that way? Councillor Koch, seconded by Councillor Fraser. All those in favour, carried unanimously. Now, this is a recommendation. It is about relocating the eagle mascot and installing the mascot for the duration of recovering the past touring exhibition, and giving permission for taking of a photograph of that mascot. You happy to move that way, Councillor Fraser? You happy to second, Councillor Koch? All those in favour? All those against? It is carried. Conservation of Institute minutes. These go back to 1857 to 1863. These are really important historical documents, and it was supported unanimously by the committee. You happy to move that way, Councillor Koch? Seconded by Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. That concludes the Gawler Heritage Collection Committee. Now moving over to the Audit Committee. There's a series of delegated motions made under delegated authority. Thank you, Councillor Goldstone. Moved. 11.4, seconded by Councillor Koch. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Asset management plans. This is a recommendation, and these are going out for community consultation, which is a really important thing to do for asset management plans. You happy to move that way, Councillor Koch? Do I have a seconder, Councillor Fraser? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. I'm over the page now. Internal Audit Program. This was an exceptional report from Bentley's. I thought I really enjoyed reading this, and there's a really good program putting forward to really improve our internal audit process, which is really important and now legislated. Councillor Koch, you happy to move that way? Do I have a seconder, Councillor Shanks? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I like you. The Bentley Assessment Management report, I did sort of read through that. There was I thought it read really well. I was sort of happy to see some of the points that I've been pointing out through my short tenure picked up in this report, if I'm being honest. It did pick up the theme of upfront community consultation. It did pick up of policy reviews, you know, not necessarily going by a 10-year-old policy in today. It sort of aligns with what I've been talking about with footpaths. There was a couple of points that you know, sometimes you speak in the chamber and you go, geez, am I going crazy here? This actually helped my thoughts, my arguments that I do make. So yeah, look, I'm happy it was presented, and yeah, that won't be the first time that I'll be quoting from it. Just to warn members on that one.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. And finally, just a policy review. two policies were up for review and they're recommending that they be adopted. You happy to move that way, councillor Koch, seconded by councillor Shanks. All those in favour, carried unanimously. So now we're moving across the page. There are no external body reports. There are no questions on notice. Questions without notice. Keep moving. We now we're moving towards motions on notice. Is any elected member happy to move this motion? Councillor Little, do you wish to speak at all?
Yeah, I think it's a great motion. We're discussing with the CEO and the mayor and a couple of other people in the community. I think we need to put something in place because I'm hoping it doesn't happen next year, but we need some assistance from the town of Gawler. I think it is a function that the town should put on. The RSL is quite happy to organise the event, but the cost involved and the manpower now is an issue for us. Even though we've got some younger members, a lot of those members are tied up on Anzac Day and other functions. So, and this is a starting point. If we can prove, I think, as a council, to have this allocated, we would most probably get grants from some of it or most of it from the government anyway. So I think it's a great motion to show that we are, as a town, prepared to put into this function. And I think by us showing that we are wholeheartedly behind it, I think the government would support us anyway in that regard.
Yeah, before I ask for a seconder, certainly community members Robert Ely and also Paul Rutherford. Now, I don't know his rank. What's his rank? So I get it right. He's
Paul Rutherford.
Is he a captain?
No, he's a squadron leader.
Squadron leader. So yes, we have had discussions with Paul, of course, on this because it has been a real challenge. And I think if we can get one step ahead and be prepared, we're not going to be crisis managing at the last minute, you know, for these really, really important community events. And as Robert Ely rightly said, these are in fact community events. Yes, they're run very ably by the RSL, of course, but they're community events. And I think that if we can get one step ahead, and now that we know how lockdowns work and that they come you know, we sort of know what the rules might be, I think we can manage this much, much better. And I think council has the governance and the wherewithal to actually really assist the RSL and also community groups who have incidentally offered, haven't they, Paul, to be COVID marshals. South Gawler Football Club have offered their oval if, you know, everything goes to, you know, proverbial at the time. So I think people are genuinely wanting this to be delivered. And I think, yeah, it's an important way forward, I think. So now I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Hughes, yep, I think you had your hand up first. Any discussion? Right, Councillor Davies, Councillor Goldstone, did you have your hand up, Nathan? Okay, yeah, in that order.
So I don't have a problem with the motion. I just wanted to get some clarification around any issues potentially of conflict of interest and whether that's been dealt with.
Conflict of interest with who?
Is Councillor Little not still the RSL president?
He is.
So I was just curious as to whether that was.
Do you wish to declare a conflict?
No, I don't think I have a conflict because it's going to be a committee run by the town. I'm just happy to be a councillor. I asked this question of the mayor and the CEO before, and I've got advice that because it's going to be a community function, and I'm only going to be assisting in relation to services. So it's not a conflict, even perceived or actual. So I've already asked that.
Now, who was next? Councillor Goldstone, I think you were next, and then Councillor Shanks.
I'm quite happy to support it. I do have a question. If the grant funding isn't successful, the additional $14,000 to make up the 20,000, presumably we've actually got that in the budget somewhere. Or whereabouts in the budget will that come?
Mr. Horwood?
Through you, Mayor Karen, as noted in the motion, there is currently 5,700 provided in the budget. So the additional funding isn't currently allocated in the budget and would need to be considered as a budget variation through the quarterly budget review process.
Thank you. Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, this makes perfect sense to me. COVID has had many effects, as we all know. I completely agree with the Mayor that we are seeming to get a bit ahead. We're managing our own little duck and weaves that we have to do. This is all part of that. The RSL plays an important role with members of our community. And this event that wasn't able to go ahead last year did take a toll on a group that have done a lot for the community. So this just purely gives that that buffer just to give that strength and that partnership formally with the town of Gawler to ensure that we don't miss out on this fundamental community event this next time round. So look, I thank the Mayor for moving it, and I thank Councillor Little, the CEO, for the work that they've done along with the Mayor with the group to arrive at this for it's such a minimal cost for a big impact sort of setup. So yeah, look, I'm happy to support this, and I hope we can get it unanimously carried just to throw our weight behind it.
Councillor Liddle.
On the advice of the CEO, I may have a perceived conflict. So on that, I will leave the chamber. I don't believe I have, but I still will, just so nothing is untoward towards council.
Okay, we've got a problem then. Okay, so I think, okay, Kate, we need to, we probably need to set this aside. I think a formal motion I need some advice on how to do this, because this needs to be stopped and we need to start again. Kate, if you can give me some advice, please. And I'm not sure what to do, because if we lay it on the table, if we, the mover's not here, he's gone. So we don't have, you know, no, we need to deal with this. I need some advice, staff. If you can give me some advice, please. Well, I think the mover has to withdraw the motion. The mover's gone. Do you see what I mean, Councillor Goldstein? I think it's best not to. I think it's best not to. I think it's best to stop this process. And I'm just trying to work out what is the best way to do that. Well, no, I don't think we should. I think we should stop this process and start again. Is there a formal motion? Oh, goodness me. If I can actually have the meeting procedures, I could probably find the solution. Right. Okay. Right. We could actually, no, we can't. I could accept that a motion be moved, that we withdraw this motion. That could work. That's probably the best way. Are you happy to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Vallelonga. Councillor Vallelonga. So in the minutes, Councillor Little declared a motion after he moved, and that needs to be noted, Kate, not before, but after, so that you can see. So that's actually done beforehand and it should be after. moved that he has got a conflict, he's left the room. Councillor Valalonga has moved that we withdraw this motion. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Davies. Can you make note of those movers and seconders, please? All those in favour that we withdraw the motion? Thank you, councillors, carried unanimously. Okay, now we need a new mover and a new seconder. Councillor Valalonga moved and Councillor Davies seconded. That's why I asked you to write it down. Okay. Happy to move that way? Are you happy to move that way? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Davies. Okay, so we've got a new motion, which is the same motion, but moved by a different person, which is Councillor Valalonga and seconded by Councillor Davies. Can you make a note of that, Kate, please? Now, further discussion. Thank you for your patience, councillors. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Karen. I'm very much like what Councillor Shank says. It always blows me away when I see what prices our staff put on the costing of things. And the big one that looks up there, I'm surprised nobody else talked about it, $12,000 for fencing. Could somebody maybe, you know, the fence people are really making a killing over all this stuff. That's probably the wrong word. But, you know, I just don't understand. If there's a need for a fence to be around the grounds, the Gawler Showgrounds has a fence all the way around it. If it's going to be held at the South Football Club, there's no fence, so they would have to put a fence all the way around. I'm just not sure. 12 grand,
yeah,
that could do.
Yeah. This, if I can, thank you for the question. This was brought up when we had our initial informal discussions, and to fence Pioneer Park, which is where the memorial is and which is where traditionally you have the dawn service, that is what the cost is to fence that off properly. Certainly, if it was to be staged somewhere else, but the ideal is that, and that was certainly discussed with the RSL. They were very keen to have it at Pioneer Park because that is their spiritual home. That is where the memorials are, and that is where the dawn services are traditionally, or the last number of years, where dawn services are conducted. So fencing is not easy. As you know, that there's roads all the way around. You can close some, but you can't close Murray Street. And you do need a proper fence. So that was a quote that was provided to the RSL early in the piece for this year's dawn service when they were investigating, you know, how much it was going to cost. And certainly there probably is a premium because there's probably a scarcity of fences because everybody wanted a fence. Everybody needed a fence for their dawn services.
Yeah, well, Williston Oval got a perfect fence all the way around it. And I mean, I just can't see the value for spending 12 grand for one day.
If I can,
it doesn't make any sense to me.
If I can, you've also got an overlay of COVID management and COVID safety plans. So it depends on vaccination rates. It depends on what the directions are from the police commissioner. It depends on a whole range of things. And we took the view that to put this motion together, we had to be cautious, had to make sure we covered off on all bases so that if there was further lockdowns, if we didn't get to 80% vaccination and lo and behold, there was still a rise in numbers and a pressure put on the health service, you may still have lockdowns. So it was recommended that that be included. So we don't have any nasty surprises at the last minute and then we can't deliver on an event. So this is about removing obstacles and I guess putting up barriers, but maybe not putting up barriers, taking down barriers by putting up fences, if you know what I mean. Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I sort of agree with the Mayor. The fencing may not be required. It's just one of those things. If there's enough COVID marshals or depending on the plan and depending on what happens, but I will say that there was a real demand for some service in Gawler this year, and unfortunately we couldn't do that. There was a small service at the RSL, but the public wanted their own public sort of service, and it didn't go to the RSL service, which was quite noticeable as well. So I think it's important that we support this motion, and it may well be that the fencing may not be a requirement, but I think to cover the bases, it's good to have it there.
Any other discussion? Councillor Vallelonga. Okay, I didn't hear what you said, Jim.
Can we put it up to the vote? 10:30 is coming up real quick.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to close the debate, and Councillor Vallelonga is happy for me to put the motion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? All those against? It is carried. Thank you. It's not carried. Yes, thank you. If somebody could bring Councillor Little back in a timely way, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Okay, Councillor, we'll wait for Councillor Little to come back. Thank you, Councillor Little. Okay, Councillor Davies.
So this is a really exciting idea in my view. Essentially, to explain what Burnside Council's done with their Your Neighbourhood Budget program, there was some money put aside essentially for the community to say, well, here's where we would like some community infrastructure and that kind of thing. Like here's, a spot that's not necessarily on the, it's not on the top of the council priority list because it's not broken as such, but, it would be great if there was a bench here or that kind of thing, and, it just gives the community a chance to directly have a stake in what's going on in council, and to basically say, look, this is, they can walk past and say, wow, that was, that bench, for example, is something that I was a part of that. I helped that happen, and that's something that I think is really valuable to council is having a council where people don't just say, oh, well, the council's done this or whatever, but they say, look, here's what we've done as a community. And I think this is a good step towards that. I've gotten a bit of feedback since I put this motion up. Mostly it's been from multiple people, how I should raise the amount. So I assume that's a good sign. This is the version that's on here, but that's not a commitment. That's basically just saying, based on the $40,000 figure, which is what Burnside Council had, give us a way that this could work, to be presented back to council to say, well, here's the template, here's how we're going to get ideas, maybe from the community or that kind of thing. Here's how we're going to get the voting working. So yeah, this isn't committing to anything just yet, but it is investigating it further and coming back with ideas for it. So yeah, I hope everyone can support this.
Have a seconder, Councillor Fraser. You happy to second it?
Yes, I'll second it. We did something similar to this, not this year, but last year, where we went out before the budget to the community and asked them for what they would like to see in the town of Gawler. But I believe we didn't do that this year. I do believe that we even had a good response from that when we did do it. This is sort of a little bit different to that, where we're giving them a budget figure to say, well, what would you like to do with this budget figure? And people do like to own something, as you said. So if they suggest it and it gets put up, well, yes, I did that. I got that for the town. So people do like to own something as well. So I think it's a great idea, but we have sort of done this similar type of thing before.
Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, look, Firstly, thanks Councillor Davies for bringing this to the chamber. I think it does sort of build on some of the points we were making before about town beautification. It does show, it gives an option to engage with the community. Like Councillor Fraser said, you give a figure and say, what do you want this spent on? You know, you keep it simple. What do you want this spent on? It does give a positive outcome because once it's all said and done, as Councillor Fraser said, those residents that do engage in this process can be proud of what their voice can actually achieve. It's a simple way forward, and I think yeah, one of those people that was saying let's jack that up a bit was me. But you know, the way that this sits and seeing what will come back based on a model that already exists in another council, it's a no-brainer. And look, if we do get that report back and there is a bit of community feedback and we enter in those discussions and we can up it then. You know, we are talking about this in 2022, 2023. So we've got a bit of time. I do like your timing on this, to be honest. I do like the fact that you're getting this in now. As you know, the budget conversations, how they begin, and then when they do start coming to the chamber, the whole budget process as a whole, I think you've timed this really well. So I'd really hope that you get all the support that this motion deserves. And yeah, we can have this positively looked at before the next round of budget deliberations.
Councillor Koch.
I haven't seen the model, but I just got some questions. Is this on top of the community grants program and on top of elected member bids?
Yes.
So this is extra.
Yes, yes. I think you'll find when the Burnside model comes back, and I had a long conversation with the Mayor of Burnside the other day, and there's limits. They've got a policy. There's limits on what people can bid for, etc. So I'm not sure if it actually includes double dipping. That's a good question that their policy will probably articulate either in or out. Yeah, and certainly that's something to consider whether groups get double dipped. It's probably not okay to get double dipping, but that's a matter for council once it comes back. Yeah. It sounded like a really good program. They seem to have a lot of checks and balances in their policy around that. Yeah. Okay, any other discussion? If not, Councillor Davies, you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so now Councillor Shanks, I think we'll do yours one at a time. If you'd like to present that first motion, Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, look, members, this has been a long drawn out process. You've seen my conversations, you've seen my reminders monthly to right or wrong. This is where we're at. This all happened because in a working group, personal information.
Okay.
Just listening to what Pat is saying, starting to go into areas where I think might be.
Okay, I'll seek advice from the CEO. I think I did raise this with the CEO.
It's a bit hard to read my mind though.
CEO.
Which it was happened in a public meeting.
I'll just refer to the CEO rather than have a two-way conversation.
Well, yes, depending on what Councillor Shanks talks to, but and appreciating the contents of email exchanges. If Councillor Shanks keeps it at a very high level, staying away from what will otherwise be construed as being sensitive, then we're in Councillor Shanks's hands.
Keep going, Councillor Shanks.
Not interested in muddying the water here. I just trying to right or wrong. A mistake happened, which...
Yes. Okay. What was your point of order?
named, an error was made. CEO, was there a mistake made?
Okay, no, CEO is not the chair. I'm the chair. With all due respect, the CEO is not the chair. So I can't, I don't have the facts in front of me. So at this stage, I can't uphold that point of order. But I also would caution you, Councillor Shanks, about saying making mistakes, because that may not be the case. So if you could temper your comments around that, if you can. Thank you, Nathan.
If you just allow me to finish my sentence, I can guarantee I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. There was an error.
Okay. So
Oh God! All right, let me try to
change your
reword it.
language. That would help. That would really help.
So there
Nathan.
was an action that took place at a working group that I'm a member of. This action resulted in 2 members now not being on that working group. Are we still all good? I think we're good. The result of these members not being on that working group and the actions that played out after you saw my correspondence. This is really hard to talk in bloody code for what this actually is. But the fact of the matter is, this motion is trying to get these volunteers who are assets to this working group.
So what, if I can, this, Nathan, this process is opening it up to everybody, so it needs to be fair and equitable.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
all right.
Okay, so if you, Councillor Koch?
I'm really trying here, guys.
So if we could keep it so that anyone understands that they've got a fair crack at it.
Absolutely. So this working group is actually full of some really valuable people. Councillor Koch, you're a part of that as well. And this motion is actually to seek getting some more valuable assets back onto this working group, and others, if interested, to participate in said working group. This is absolutely. So here there is a policy, and as a matter of priority, to seek expressions of interest by way of the appropriate public notices to fill 2 recently vacated, which, to be honest, it's not recently. This has happened at the start of the year, and I've been trying to get it back to where it was supposed to be since the start of the year. But anyway.
Okay, I've made that, Councillor Koch, I've made that very clear to Councillor Shanks, and he has.
My apologies. So
I won't uphold, if you can, continue, Councillor
So
Shanks.
the outcomes of this process give the best opportunity for those in the community that can continue and/or be new members to assist the working group in the plan, the overarching plan that the Climate Emergency Action Plan Working Group is tasked to do. They have no voting powers. This group is here to help with our mitigation processes in climate emergency, and having the right people around the table is paramount in getting that done. This motion gives the best opportunity to do that, to get the plan over the finish line the right way, the just way, and make sure we can be as a stronger group as we possibly can while finishing the plan.
Okay.
And I apologise, it just,
Okay.
Anyway.
I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Davies, any discussion? Councillor Koch. You could turn your mic on. There we go.
The working group, the plan is more or less at its final version, and it's actually ready for council endorsement for community consultation. After that, taking consideration feedback, alterations may be made to the plan for adoption. So the group's actually worked, quite diligently right through, and we're at the point now where it's at the printers, I suppose. It's going to come here for endorsement for a community consultation. Once adopted, I think it would be up to the IES committee to monitor the progress of the implementation. So I think the working group is probably very close to finalising its main role, that is writing the plan and getting it endorsed by council. I note that there are many actions identified in the plan which are in train, so the plan and the focus it has provided has already shifted the way the council is thinking and the project is, and the project is implementing. So it's actually doing its job, which is fantastic. This will provide a great example to the community to model behaviour change, because that's what we need. I do note that a prominent council in Melbourne, who were the forefront in this space, had a change of direction because it didn't actually bring along the council along that journey. But I do think our plan strikes a very good balance between the need for action, the steps we need to take, and the language it uses. I'm sure it'll be embraced by the community. So I wonder the need for this process to go out and seek more members to a working group, given that we need to decide on the working group's future as a council, because we may decide that the group has achieved what it was designed to do. It's produced a very good plan. It's been adopted by the council, and its overall, its implementation, council is implementing a lot of the plan, and hopefully it's creating behaviour change in the community. So unfortunately, I can't support this because I think I actually think that the group has done its job essentially. It's now should be handed over to the IES to implement it. Thank you.
Other discussion? There be none. Councillor Shanks, you can wrap the debate up. Thank you very much.
The IES deciding what will happen with the working group is a future problem, and it may or may not be that way. The working group might evolve into an implementation group. Who knows? There are so many different options that we are to visit still with the current group. To say it's about to dissolve is an uneducated opinion. We don't know where we're going yet because we haven't actually looked at any recommendation. And to be honest, this process should have happened in February. But unfortunately, it's taken me this long to get to where I am. Now let's finish strong and make sure we've got the best community members a part of the working group to give the strongest finish possible. This process is not a very complicated process. We do it quite regularly. It's a volunteer group, and we have a real opportunity here to populate it with some educated community members, whoever they may be. So I ask for some support, and let's do this right so we don't muddy the waters when we're finishing all the work that we've committed as volunteers to this group with very highly educated community members, and let's make sure we do get this right. We've got nothing to lose.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against, it is carried. Thank you. You may. Councillor Shanks, Quarter Division. All those in favour, please stand. All those in favour are Councillor Davies, Goldstone, Vallelonga, Little, Hughes, Deputy Mayor Samble, Councillor Shanks and Councillor Fraser. All those against, Councillor Paul Kosh. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Councillor Shanks, if you can keep moving on your next motion. Thank you.
Councillors, this motion is on the back end of a motion that we unanimously carried back in June. This is about picture exchange communication boards. We all agreed that it's the right move to make sure that we are showing we are an inclusive council. And we also, the points that were raised were neighbouring councils are doing this, and it makes perfect sense to make sure we're keeping up. We have ratepayers that you heard Paige present when I moved the motion the first time in regards to her ability to stay in her town with her autistic son. And she's not the only one that lives in this town that leaves the town to use playgrounds that help her family. Look, this motion has come about because I want things to happen in this space. It only came to light recently that because a budget bid wasn't put at a meeting I wasn't at, that this item's actually had a massive pause button hit on it. We saw the cost come through for $13,000. Since I've done my own investigations and I have my own costings, which I'm happy to provide, and that's why I've set up the motion the way that it is, just to make sure that the elected body gets the final call. And in that, I've also opted to donate a board to the Julian Terrace, because again, I want this to happen as quickly as possible. And putting one board, in my mind, doing it this way is the quickest way possible. So we did see an email from Mr. Delena, which I'm happy to alter the third point, because as Sam has assured me that this will actually let us get on with the work that we're trying to achieve. So I'm happy to accept the wording that Kate's already put up there. But look, members, this is just building on something we've already unanimously carried. I'm purposely moving it like this to keep it at the respectful level that it needs to be because of the real issue that this is. So look, I really hope we can get some support here, and those that, you know, the dollar chasers, you've just saved yourself a board. So it's a no-brainer here. So look, I'd really appreciate the support, and I look forward to the debate.
Happy to second that, Councillor Fraser.
I think this is a great idea. The more that we can help these people with children with disabilities or special needs, they're not you know, and I guess that is a disability in a way, is great, because there's a lot of children out there that, you know, need some extra help. And I think, you know, the presentation about the boards that night was great. I think it's a brilliant idea, and yes, let's move forward on it.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Shanks, you happy for me to put the debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Carried unanimously. Thank you. If you'd like to move your next motion, Councillor Shanks.
Firstly, thank you, members. So this motion is actually, as you know, I sort of stole this from Councillor Tooley. I didn't want to see it languish because, you know, council working in partnership with the Gawler Business Development Group, and also maybe like a working party coming together to actually reinstate the Christmas in Gawler Christmas markets and a street party program. It's just bringing that that joy in at Christmas time. It's almost in the same vein of why we're supporting the Dawn service. It's these sorts of community initiatives that people remember. I remember coming into Gawler as a kid when I didn't even live in Gawler for the Christmas festivities. The pine tree that had all the lights in front of the Foodland there. You know, all these things that we do have an impact on young families, on people do come in from around the region. So not only is it a fantastic thing to, you know, the cliches of bringing joy and festive into the season, but it also promotes, it also assists our local economy. So, you know, working in partnership with the Gawler Business Development Group and interested community members also allows people with invested interests in a positive way to really make this work. So look, I really hope we can get some support on this, because, you know, this can become an annual thing. What this could grow to is, is very positive for our town.
Just a question around the Christmas street party. Is there an intention to have a Christmas street party this year? Because I'm just a bit concerned about the COVID rules and the capacity to deliver potentially an event that wouldn't be approved by SA Health.
Look, I take that on board, Mayor, and I agree. You know, you're in August now, and to get all this the wheels moving to set something up successful by this Christmas, I think it has probably dragged on a little bit, but I don't see a date in that motion. So you know, I don't. Yeah, I would understand if we did it properly and aimed for the 2022 Christmas. If I'm being honest.
I just might take a comment from the CEO on this.
Through the chair, there's no way that we could, if this motion is passed, there's no way that we could do anything other than what we're doing in terms of Christmas functions for this coming year. And if this motion gets up, then amongst other things, we don't have the staff resources to deliver this initiative, and I'd hate to think what the budget would be in terms of a street parade and so forth. And don't get me wrong, I love Christmas. I love all the festivities that come with Christmas. I love the decorations. I love the markets. But every one of those elements comes at a cost. And so if the motion gets up, it's about investigating for the purposes of preparing a budget for the potential delivery of an event of these natures for the 22 Christmas period, but you know, forewarned, we just don't have the time. We don't have the resources, and we don't have the staff to deliver these sorts of events. And in terms of the COVID sort of parameters, I think that's material, very much material at this stage in terms of what we would otherwise be thinking about. Hopefully in 12 months' time, the COVID situation isn't what it is today, and we're vaccinated, and there are we're not walking around with masks, and there's a lot more freedom about. But time will tell in that regard as well.
I'll ask for a seconder. Are you happy to second it?
I'm happy to second it because I want to speak to it. I think a market is a great idea. It could be incorporated up into Pioneer Park with the farmers market. We have had Christmas markets before down in Julian Terrace, but it's sort of, to bring it all together would be great, to have it up in Pioneer Park, have it on a Saturday morning. It could go into Saturday afternoon, even though the farmers market closed up, if it was in Pioneer Park. I would never agree to having a street party in the main street again. Having been a trader in the main street when we used to do that, it's an absolute nightmare. Teenagers, and you know, teenagers are teenagers. They're free, they're allowed out. School's finished, they're allowed out. They get up to all sorts of mischief. They run through the streets with guns with foam in it into the shops. They shoplift. In our situation, they were giving money to kids that were over 18 to go into the bottle shop to buy booze. We could see it happening. We had to shut our bottle shop down to stop it from happening. It's an absolute nightmare. So there's no way. If you speak to people that were in business during that time in the main street, I think they would all agree. And it's always the minority that make it bad for the majority. I understand that, but it just, my blood pressure goes up every time I think about it, just thinking about what a nightmare it was on those nights.
It's an interesting one because I can go back looking after a young man that was left for dead up near EB Games and was found at 5 a.m. in the morning with massive head injuries, and I actually looked after him, and then he was transferred to the Royal Adelaide. So I don't have great memories of a street party that got out of control and was not well controlled. Police on horses were glassed, windows were glassed. So yeah, it started okay, and then over the years it just got really out of hand. And then I think council went to a daytime party. So I think that would need to be seriously worked through. Yes, so some of us have mixed memories around that. Okay, So I'm looking for further discussion. Councillor Davies and Councillor Kosh.
So I'd like to suggest a variation and see if the mover and seconder are happy with it. That we just put the reinstatement of Christmas in Gawler / Christmas markets and leave out the street party.
So that's an amendment.
Well, it's a variation if the mover and seconder accept it, isn't it?
Are you happy to accept that? Take out street party, but leave Christmas and Gawler Christmas markets.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're happy to accept that, so we can amend that. Mover and seconder has accepted that, so that's a variation.
And can I speak to it?
Yeah, sure.
Look, I think this is, as the motion is, it's not saying that we do anything in this financial year if we can't handle it or anything. It's basically just saying, hey, we're interested in looking into the markets and that again, and that we meet to discuss it. And if the results of that come back later to council and they say, oh, this isn't viable, then we can decide on that then. But this is more just, I think, a motion on the interest in, in the Christmas markets themselves. So I'm happy to support that.
Councillor Kosh.
Unfortunately, I still can't support this. I'm a bit conflicted here because, I mean, we had an item at 6.1. It was a motion that was deferred and it talked about getting the background, financial information, et cetera, risks, opportunities, whenever we're putting a motion on notice. So Councillor Shanks went to move that, and now we've got a motion where we haven't got all those things in it. So I'm a bit confused why at the start of the meeting, Councillor Shanks wanted something with the finances and background and risk and opportunity, and now we have it. That's the first thing. And I suppose broadly speaking, just on that, I find it, I will actually support that motion if it comes up, because I think it's very important that whenever we put a motion on notice, we actually put in real figures, and those figures are checked off by finance, and then we talk to other people about risk and opportunities, and we actually get the facts behind the backgrounds. I think that's very important. I'm concerned with this one because it actually says plan to reinstate. So that's an actual action to do something. So we're actually agreeing to plan to reinstate the Christmas and Gawler, the markets. So it's not actually saying we will actually do it. It doesn't say we'll think about it. I quite like motions on notice that say, let's get a report back. I don't like motions on notice that just say we're going to do something, because that's really putting a lot of those risks onto council, financial, risk opportunities, et cetera. I think that's not good practice. I agree with Councillor Fraser about the street party. From my memories, it was a debacle. People were injured, when I remember it, and I'm glad it stopped. Also, when we did the Civic Centre opening, the amount of money we spent on just road closures, we had to crane in concrete, this, that, and the other. I don't know, was it 10,000, 20,000? It was some huge amount that we had to do because of terrorists, for example. So we had guys craning in all these concrete barriers, standing around all day and take them away again, all the cost. To do a street party, apart from all the everything that would go, that historically has gone on, just the cost. I mean, goodness me, we're trying to reduce our costs. We can't just keep on adding things because we think it's a nice idea. We have to be realistic about things. So I won't be supporting this because it actually says plan to reinstate. I would support something that said to investigate. It actually says form a working party to plan for the reinstatement, to actually do something. Because what we're actually saying is we're planning to reinstate it. We're saying we're going to do it. That's what it's saying. It's not saying we're going to investigate it. It's actually saying we're planning for reinstatement. It's actually doing it. So I can't support it. So I'd actually like to see a report back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I've got concerns as well. As the CEO has already said, staffing it would be council that would be organising the market. It would be council that would be running it. It'd be council staff that would be there after hours because it's a council event. We've seen Walker Place events get a budget of $32,000 or something like that. It certainly does creep up very quickly. I'd be concerned about the fact that there would be a push to try and do it this Christmas. I'm also concerned that I don't know what the Gawler Business Development Board think of this, or the group, what resources they're willing to put into this. I would probably support it if it was run by the Gawler Business Development Group and council just endorsing it actually happening, but council running it and running the working group and everything else. I am concerned that we do already have a number of working groups that council staff are fully allocated to. And we've been quite strict on how many staff we do allow council. So I like to see Christmas events like the CEO does, and I think they actually go better when they're actually run by community groups and in partnership with others. Like I said, if this was presented to us by the Gawler Business Development Group, I think I'd be inclined to support it, but I can't now.
Councillor Vallelonga.
Yeah, look, I'm going to support it. Maybe we should get rid of the fringe because that only helps a handful of people. All the money we spend on that, we spend a heap of money on that. So I agree with Councillor Fraser about putting it on Pioneer Park, maybe at Union Street, maybe do it that way, but not for this year. Obviously, by next year we should have some freedom, and we should go that way.
Any other discussion? Well, you may, but we're going to run out of time because our council meetings finish at 10:30 and I haven't received a motion to extend. So if you wish to speak again, you need to seek leave. Well, we're in the middle, we have to finish this. I can't accept another motion until we finish this debate. So, no, we have to finish this debate. Yeah. You don't need a seconder. You need 2/3 of the meeting, sought leave of the meeting. So you wish to speak again? Okay. Does the meeting agree? You've got leave.
I won't take long. I'll just answer some of the questions that have been said. First of all, we're not asking to do it. We're asking for a working party to form a working party with the Gawler Business Development Group to plan for, not to plan to do it, to plan for, to see whether it's viable or not.
No,
And
with all due respect, what this says is to plan for the reason. I think it's quite clear what the direction is.
well,
It actually says for the reinstatement.
pardon?
So my interpretation is that it is for a reinstatement. It's not investigating, it's not bringing a report back, it's actually doing it. So it will result in a reinstatement.
Well,
So-
we're not really instating anything. We did Christmas markets anyway. We've been doing Christmas markets. It's just a matter of shifting them up to Pioneer Park instead of having them separated and putting them together, really. And perhaps, doing them on a bigger form with the help of the Gawler Business Development Group. But it's not really, I'm certainly not asking for it for this year. Unless we can change it again and to reword it again. Yeah, take out the word reinstatement, yeah. Take the reinstatement out.
No, just the plan for the potential of.
For the potential of. All right,
Okay.
okay. Well, I'll be happy for that.
So plan
Okay.
for the potential reinstatement.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
The potential of reinstatement.
yeah.
I think you can, to plan for a potential reinstatement is
Okay,
adequate.
All right.
Is that
Okay, all right. Okay, that's it
Okay,
then. I'm
right,
finished.
we're
Yeah.
getting there. Okay, any other discussion? If not, councillor Shanks, do you want to close the debate?
I am glad that we got there because it wasn't, I don't think, meant for let's just reinstate it and be done with it. So I'm, moving this motion. I've taken ownership of the motion. I'm happy for this to go ahead. And I just remind members that the Gawler Street party program got crossed out really early on in the piece. So I understand that you might have some horror stories from when it happened. I used to work in a pub. I've got some horror stories of my own. But to a few bad apples ruining it for the rest of the bunch, that old sediment. If we can work in partnership with the knowledge that is Gawler businesses that probably, like Di had the experience, there's current business owners as well that have these sorts of experiences that can help in forming a plan. And at this point in time, let's talk about the Christmas markets and let's just form that working group. And if in that working group, something comes out of it to visit a daytime Christmas party, well, let's have a look. At this point in time, I take my 3.5-year-old daughter out to Freeling. Goes off without a hitch. Councils are doing it. It is all possible. So look, I think this is a good direction forward, and it does allow us to provide a bit of a potential, a bit of a dialogue, and then we can work in. So look, I hope we can support this. We've edited it to get that support. So let's support it.
Okay, so I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? It is carried. Thank you. Yep, yep. Yes, I need a motion to extend if we're to go any further tonight. You happy to move that way till 11 o'clock? You happy to second that? Thank you. All those in favour of an extension, please raise your hands. All those against? It is carried. Thank you. Now I've had a request. I know there's one more motion. I've had a request that we deal with the grant matter, the Carbethan matter, which is urgent. I know there's one more motion, but I would ask that we move because I think it is quite urgent. You're happy to move that way? Thank you, councillor Shanks. That we move to deal with item 8.2, David? 8.2? 18.2. We move 18.2 forward. Do I have a seconder? So I've got a move of councillor Shanks, got a second of councillor Fraser. All those in favour, carried unanimously. Did we have a? I can't see it. Sorry. So that did we move? Can you just go up a bit? Sorry, Kate, I can't see it. Did we move that carried that we extended? That was carried? Okay. So now we've got the resolution that was carried 18.2. Okay, so we're done there. Excellent. So 18.2, there is a recommendation to go into confidence to discuss this matter on the basis that it proposing to conduct business or to prejudice the commercial position of the council. You happy to move that way, councillor Fraser? Do I have a seconder to go into confidence? Deputy Mayor, all those in favour, please raise your hands. It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Brendan. Have a good night. in the policy. It is technically 3, but let's see where we go. Okay, so I'm back on page 87, I think. Do you want to present that? Yep.
Yep. So this is exactly that template that Councillor Koch was calling for. A report be brought back to council on options moving forward. We had Greg Arns address the council, which I thank him for, but he did actually point out a whole bunch of stuff around irrigation, around open spaces that he believes have been left to dilapidate. The taps have been turned off, you know, et cetera, et cetera. We have actually had a couple of responses from Mr. Delina, which I also do thank him for his work in this space as well. I think it's time to actually collate all this information and bring it back in a report, just so we can all get on the same page of what's actually happened from drought times to 2009 to 2021. I think it's a good time to have a look at this, especially when we're out here sort of, you know, preaching our growth, which we are growing, but we do have infrastructure and town assets that are just doing that. They are dilapidating. You know, this report is the start of trying to figure out what we're going to be doing with this. You know, the solution might not be turn on the water. I don't think that that's the answer to everything by any means. But the report to come back where we can actually see what has happened would also allow us to just really take stock and try to come up collectively on what our options are moving forward based on, you know, assessments of the community impact and the community sentiment in the regards of these irrigated for these public spaces. And just in closing, this was another Mr. Tooley motion that he picked up from someone that did speak in the public open forum. So I'd just like to thank him for bringing that forward.
Seconder, Councillor Fraser.
Yeah, I'll vote for this, but I am very much aware of the fact that we already spend $500,000 on water every year. But it's not that long ago that we had a report. Sometimes I get a bit muddled about whether it was this term or the last term I was on council, but I don't think it's that long since we had a report like this. Yeah, so it should be just basically a matter of, you know, adjusting what we had and bring it. Shouldn't be too difficult.
Councillor Koch, thank you.
I'm actually going to vote against this because we've talked about this, you know, irrigation, and in the climate emergency plan, we actually talk about what's happening. We're talking about the environment, we're talking about dry summers, we're talking about a whole range of other things. If we're actually committed to actioning the climate emergency plan, we shouldn't be going out there just spreading water around. It's a huge expense. Now, this was all detailed in the IPOS report that we got in this term. It was probably about a year ago we got it. And that report was commissioned regarding our irrigated open space. In that report, Mr. Jerry Charlton talked about, actually said in the report, and I won't quote it again because I've quoted it a few times. In there, he said that if you've got large open irrigated areas, it is unsustainable. It's unsustainable financially and environmentally. So we're getting the climate emergency plan coming in that's saying we need to be really careful about how we manage the environment, i.e. water. And now we've got the budget, and it's becoming pretty unsustainable when our debt level is going so high up. So in that report, it actually said we should be looking at smaller pieces of irrigated spaces surrounded by local Indigenous species and trees, shrubs, etc. We should also look at using native grasses, a combination of summer and winter active grasses. So you have C3 and C4 grasses, and that's to do with their respiration cycles, but they will actually give you a green cover over the whole year if you use a mixture of C3 and C4 grasses, native grasses. So that's sort of what was in that report. So I think really what we really need to do is just go and read that report, and you'll find all the information is there. So I can't support this when we already have it. We have the report there, and it's just a matter of reading it.
Any
Thank
other
you.
discussion? Councillor Goldstone and Councillor Hughes. Thanks, Kelvin.
Yeah, just quickly, look, I'll support this motion. It sort of ties in with the beautification plan or some of the strategies in there. And it looks at aesthetics of watered areas and so forth. I used to live in Evanston Park, and that entranceway in both of those reserves were lovely. They're watered, irrigated, and for a number of years now, it's just been brown during summer. But anyway, happy to support it.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I mean, this coming summer, it may be wet all the way through to December. We may have another mild summer and actually be quite green in some of those non-irrigated areas. Mr. Arns actually was one of the planners that actually planned out Hewitt, and the way Hewitt was laid out was quite small pocket parks, a number of them not irrigated. We've also had a number of motions that were moved by Councillor Shanks for spending up to $180,000 to turn water back on to some of these reserves that isn't sustainable. I agree with Councillor Koch. We've got the IPOS report. I mean, that could just simply be forwarded on. We're supposed to be under a climate emergency. I just find a lot of this very amusing, because we should be looking at water sensitive urban design, and I think irrigation is a tiny parcel of area, and should be reduced as all our reports keep telling us. And I just think we're going back 20 years. The millennium drought was quite a long time ago, and the infrastructure that was turned off to replace that and put it back in again is big money, and it's just so much wasted water. The evaporation rates and the cost of the water, and we're not getting trees or any greening effect from these areas. Really, it's just these are very large areas. It's not Hewitt that are these pocket parks, and very small, and it's a completely different landscape that we've got in Gawler. And if we do get the summer rainfall, which we haven't had for a number of years, a lot of these areas are really green and quite well managed. It's also the fact that we don't have the maintenance. We didn't employ an extra staff member to go out cutting lawns and things like that. So all of this covers maintenance, and now our maintenance people, our outside greenkeepers, and that are really under the pump. So I won't be supporting this.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Shanks, you can close the debate.
Just quickly, if the report already exists, then this is a no-brainer. It's a copy and paste, send it through, and we see it as a public document, and it answers some questions that we as elected members are asked to support. And being the voice of the community, this is all part of our job. We will get a report. If the work's done, fantastic. The point of 180 grand unsustainable for irrigation. Look, we have these parcels, and they're not as managed as what the expectations are for the community. So I do recommend at least looking at this report that comes back, and if it does turn around, and I'll move that motion, and if we can vote on that. Can't concentrate on bloody Kosh's hand movements anyway.
We might put the motion, Nathan. You happy for me to do
Put
that?
the motion.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against?
I'll
It
call
is
it a motion
carried.
too. Thank you.
Well, it's actually 11 o'clock, so I'm going to adjourn. If I can have a motion to adjourn the meeting, or we'll just adjourn the meeting because I haven't quite finished the meeting. I'll adjourn the meeting at 11. The time 11 o'clock, right on time. 11 o'clock. Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks for a great